Order Committee. We are live here at Lease Chapter in Lease, Arizona. We're going to go ahead and start this meeting with a roll call. Sherelle, are you on the line? Are you assisting us today?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Yes, I am.
Wonderful. Sherelle, can you go ahead and do roll call this morning?
Yes, good morning, LOC members and everyone listening in on the call. Agenda of the Law and Order Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council regular meeting via telecommunication, March 21st, 2022, 10 o'clock a.m. Roll call. Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
I am here. I'm at Lease Chapter.
Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Vince James.
Good morning, Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James is present. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So is present. Honorable Otto So.
I'm present. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
It's full details on the example policies at selectquote.com/commercial. Your premiums could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton. We have 4 members present, which constitutes a quorum. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, committee members, we'll go ahead and move down to the next item on the agenda, which is invocation. We are here. Delegate Paul Begay is here with us as he's the delegate for Lease Chapter. Shana, Delegate Paul Begay, I'd like to ask if you could do invocation for Law and Order Committee this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Law and Order Committee. All those attendants here at the chapter, and all those that are on the line listening. Welcome to the chapter. Bishop Benedict O'Connor, Nekanadenti Corner, being that Jungo Ia, Hadi Ligo, Nadi Jedo, Jungo in Hanaota. Ebikeko Idi Quay, or Kito Quay, or Ask Ia Code. Law and Order Committee, Waliego, Nikitene, Washington, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Kot ego bishwansa ana betsanat ko e koe lahn distingue koe e ya ta benan shudi leto koe lechi ho liege koe gin hailte ko kodoshi e ya lahn itlido le banadot inligi e ya latba o nanitle ko koe ge e ya ye do joba yo ne e nini kido even na che kot ego lahn itlido le hesh digin ka quit ya conche niti quit niti so go na hoti go an de ya they has se ko hot ego ya niti do ne hai nil na ko di shinge do ko do ya ne ka di lo sa na hat hagi ado sat na hagi nsa kes ke ko en hidden ba iti do le e de ko en ka di lo Ado here had equal then hit in there, article was how it's ogi. Cornered I start or and has the better husband. Ado led la natans on the yan to that case, corner hard or nistans on the yan to that case. Ashkon de dishingi, stop in hika deal. Navigate deal, kito, bandit, to ego basta deal, nisi at best ego cotonas. Nani Katole did never Washington, need Lengate 24th Navajo Nation Council, Arod Celesti, Ajdas Kegi, President Nez, Vice President Lizer, Ajda Ho is Division Director Dandla, Ado sto hashkeja aja because aja the digital bridge aja Shamajo and Jane just Chief Justice Lingo aja the ho ishlo datson habel honlo Ado quite hard nas and has anigi chi Ado asked there's not the and there's not but has ango datson habel honlo yat eho ibeden he caught it lo yat eho ibeden yan ado Jego at indo les distingue and has the oh hayugo at arole but the dahoye kon kitna has ashon the bebeka di lo to ohlebe nada at indo le ado hos to hot so ado shipi to yo toji the hot egon sago got ego Washington the hallo yat ego hisli listole and they can click us anje Washington got egon hiketen indo ado kont into the days del net da pakot egon hitna has ashonde yat egon hitna hoito asna hosan dan hit yat ego exotes gel yo no ye ado jo paulye bedan si ki to le khasi ti to le kot ego yat egon hitna hoito diva na I kanshrin gar konsako yatish Ben begi donjon go hay ani ben nashe ikot ego hanche citizen ishlado le niya yot Jesus Christ bishop nashe so des sinole amen.
Holiday Day, thank you.
Good morning. You hear? Yat bene nachai so kaidi kwa chichi holie nachai so kaidi and welcome Madam Eugene Charles Newton. Thank you. And then Hibeshma sa anato kwa Paul Khaniala. She Joanne Yazi Piochi and Shia. My name is, I'll introduce myself in English and then I'll do it in Navajo. I don't that Abalagonic Echido. My name is Joanne Yazi Piochi and I am the Lechi chapter president here. Tsitna Jinin Shlo Kia Ani Bashishin Bipitoni Dashichedo na Kaiden at the Chanel. The Akonti Yadaho, the official Dani Lindi Kondat Nilkado. This community started when the dam started. Loya that vision show. There was no Highway 98 and then NGS, nothing. So I think we have come a long ways considering how we started as a community. Some of the elderlies talk about no, and a chapter planning on the chapter to be set up, and people would just meet under the tree and so forth. And then, further back, this whole area, like Page was established with the 1958 land exchange agreement so that the construction of the Glen Canyon Dam can start. So that's how the town of Page was established. We really appreciate you guys coming, and the Law and Order Committee. So I just want to say that, and then I will hand it over to our other official. Cassie, are you online? Do you want to introduce yourself, Madam Vice President? She's my Vice President. She's at work today. Oh, she's at home.
Yeah, I'm here, Madam President. So yat eshe Cassie Scott Yanish, yeah, sitting on Jenny Nishlank, Kiani Bush's chin, Twitch ni dashache, Tobahan dashanale. I apologize for not being able to be in person. I got a respiratory infection, so I'm staying home for the day. Thank you, Madam President. I give the floor back to you.
Good morning, Yat Bene, Madam Chair Eugenia, other members of the Law and Order Committee. Just like to thank you guys for coming out and paying us a visit on the far western side of the Navajo Nation. I know it is quite a drive, especially from Shiprock into Windrock and all the different chapters that you guys visit, but we do truly appreciate you guys coming out to our chapter. It seems like, I know it's always said, but it seems like Western is always forgotten. A lot of programs, seems like a lot of services are devoted to Fort Defiance and the Eastern agencies, but my name is Tyler Manson. I'm Bipa Tornschledel. I am the grazing official for the Lease chapter. So just like to extend my welcome to all the committee members and also my Shiget, Mr. Paul Begay, for coming into this meeting. And hopefully we do come to a great discussion when it comes to the resources that the chapter needs when it comes to public safety. It is much needed, especially with the challenges that we do face when providing emergency services to our community, not just to our community, but pretty much the Navajo Nation as abroad. We do have many challenges, but I do feel like with the help of council, with the help of the president, and at the local level, we can all strike together and provide for our community. Thank you.
Yeah, do you have your secretary treasurer?
I don't think so. She's not here.
Okay, and then our chapter manager?
Good morning, everyone. Sheya Renee Sosi, Dasha Janido, but I'm the chapter manager here. We've been without a chapter manager for some time, Garinda, so everything's been just at a standstill. Donna and Schlinige, Kintlacheat, Nin Schlondo, Twittagini, Bushes Chin, Ado Trabai, Dasha Chedo. What is it? I almost said Hanarani. I don't know why. Anyway, Towering House is my Nullies. They're from New Mexico. Yeah, so they're from New Mexico. I'm sorry. I'm all at a blank now, but yes, thank you and welcome to the chapter house here. We do have refreshments and we'll have lunch served this afternoon, so you will be able to have lunch as well. Our restrooms are right in here. There's the men and the ladies restroom, and we do have hand sanitizers along the way as well. So for those of you that need to use our facility, welcome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. So that's all of the chapter officials. I'm going to go ahead and allow Delegate Paul Begay to introduce himself. We know him on council, but he is the council delegate for this chapter since we are recognizing the officials for Lease chapter at this time. Shana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Engineer Charles Newton, Vice Chair, Honorable Delegate Otto So, and all the rest of the Law and Order Committee that are on the line. Officials, chapter officials from Lease, also men in uniform. Yeah, thank you so much for being here with us. I feel safe until you guys leave. I'm thankful that you guys are out there doing your job and protecting us. We all understand as delegates how short of a manpower you have, how much square miles you have to cover for one police officer. So hopefully through some discussion and issues, we can better understand what our needs are and how we can address it. Yeah, quite they're all related to each other. If you're one of those clans, Shanale kia anid ne da te kohta ya koea. Kehastingo kata tratiro slapadoba shanaka. Veja kinda shajaji ajwithin shnale iya. Nihiran ako. Igi sidna shahli li such Jesus anahol ye hawl mesa. Yado transplanted myself here over 35 years ago. Looking forward to good discussion today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, yeah, Shana, thank you for introducing yourself. We do have Delegate Otto So who just walked into the chapter house, so I'm moving my stuff down to make room for him. Uh, Yes.
May I ask that we have our
Yes.
some stuff here around it tonight. Also, I had invited to the city of Page Mayor. He said, and first they reach out to our neighbors. I think we have some of our other delegates of District 1 online, I think.
Great. Well, right now on the agenda, we are on recognizing guests and visiting officials, which is why we began with the chapter officials. But before we recognize the people here in this room, I'm sorry, I'm just going to ask right now that we have the delegates of Law and Order Committee introduce themselves. I'll go ahead and start with Vice Chair Otto, so that way we know what how to greet ourselves as.
Good morning, members of the Law and Order Committee, members of the council, also the hosting chapter today, chapter. Thank you for allowing us to convene our regular committee meeting here, so we could hear the needs of this portion of the Navajo Nation. And I was on the phone earlier, and I truly agree with a lot of what Mr. Manson. Yego couldn't neke any yego ba nane ajit with resources. Yego to the cheda dit ahta nahoti and yego kodo never Washington through the plant, through the coal, the resources, and that's what ran the Navajo Nation. For many, many years, resources have been going out to many different areas or regions. In direct services such as public safety or other areas such as social services, health. Look at Neda Shido, Tsina Jenny Dashinale, I mentioned Nido, Toninest is a day, but Bishmas uninshlim, to Kodishke, Nimle, Kabitodo, Ade, Bijinas, Ade, Dohste, Ade, Hoste, to go. Chi. Aro yago inle kapramania is a thank that in the skirat. Jash cheye has twi. I kodoshi yego kodo kaya hashin so ikita yado with ego because the kaya hiki that is in the we Canada across the Lease ferry and Yen Shasha Chayebas Twi Adosi Godit Oseta Shashpetoni that Yenes Twie Kosh Chayeb Jai Yasti Bella Yen was the eldest of those brothers there. ako e ajo hat ego e adi shegi e adi ikaho kodo nali khadna end nilna Alvin so e raunda e the John yeheke shish she that end do Jean um era nida konda anis sehda bik hades shave the schnittlish that national in ajit Mr. Dennis Sosi ajit the hard kit as ajin that shave kit nila barbata oh the skike don't echo the cheek oh ero e gabia so skill I oh hey honest this is kid has still got the schne they all live to the city I with Abab and Nash Ab kid has a whole just but again thank you very much and for this introduction thank you.
Vice Chair. Thank you for that. Delegate Eugene So, Shaja, can you introduce yourself to the people here at the Chi chapter? Shaja Eugene So. Shaja Eugene So, can you introduce yourself to the
Sorry, la quite yes, please. Yeah. I very hard actually. I think this kind of the task here. But I did so. Today, integration later. I don't know. Very tight. I kind of the other. I don't know. I should say. Yes, he did stand down. Yeah, on no. A question they have any. That has any other card and American. A card, the card on the other whole other conquer that out. No, it's not that day. Yeah, we're helping people every day with the several. I don't know. There is a state happening. Let's think London was a steamboat. A steam with the whole cage out of all. We are the now, set up for the tea in there, because of our night cheat between Chinley and Tasmania. Just for the tea. Morning time, you had the odd. She's now some on the first speak as another foundation. Later in a shop. I don't know what's on the nationality. But yeah,
Shaja, thank you for that introduction. Delegate Vince James, can you go ahead and introduce yourself to the Lachi chapter?
Other members of the Law and Order Committee. Ado should say Honorable Paul Begay Yat Ehiko. Ado should Kahasi Lo. Not Jenny Nofliniki. Dotan Hitche, Dotan Hinale, Dobatasol, Chiniki Yat E. Shady Quadich eating sons at Najini, Bashish Chin, Kia Ani Dasha Chedo Hano Ani Dashanale. Ado look Antkildon, a shadow, but had the Shahiki Kindalachi, do look Antkil, Ilti Tahoye, Jedito, Kitlichi, Ganado, Cornfield Steamboat, and Jedito, hot but had the Shah, Benat Ampanschleko. What are they? He tried the house is need on the cash and showing lie.
Delegate Vince James, do we have a Delegate Edmund Yasi on the line? Delegate Edmund Yazi, are you on the line? Not going to introduce myself. Arnold, thank you for being here this morning. Otto Yate have been Ashay, Eugenia, Charles Newton, and Shea Donat and Slanigi Abit Ahni. Ashay Bashichin at Ashe Ishiche, Topash and Nala, not Ani Neza That's where I'm come from, the community that I represent. So it's good to be here, and it's good to be asked to come here and to talk about public safety and justice here at Lease chapter. I am the chairwoman for Law and Order Committee on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I'm also the chairwoman for Public Safety and Justice at the BIA, the Tribal Interior Budget Council. And so we'll be meeting next week to talk about budget, to be coming down to all of the tribes here in Indian country when it comes to public safety and justice. So that's who I am. And that's who I represent. So Delegate Admin Yazi, last call. Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and we do have some people here present at Lease chapter. We're going to go ahead and recognize them at this time. We'll start with Chief Noon, who is here with us, the chief of the police for the Navajo Nation. Chief Noon, if you could enter. And this is actually the first time that we had a chief in attendance at a Law and Order Committee meeting.
We got in high school and we're still making the paper. So you're all in the background too. Then.
Tim Benali, can you please mute your phone? Lorraine, can you make sure everybody is muted? We're going to go ahead and go around the room here at the time and have people introduce themselves. Chief Noon, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Initiate Nagakni Nishla, Belagana Bashis Chun, Tachini Deshite, Chiche, Beshpicha Deshinale. My name is Daryl Noon. I'm the chief of police for the Navajo Police Department. Thank you, Madam Chair Newton, Vice Chair Delegate Paul Begay, and all the chapter officials here at Lease. This is my second time visiting the area in 2 weeks. I was here 2 weeks ago, meeting with Chief Tim Lang about some of the public safety concerns that were brought to my attention. I've also been in communication with the staff of the Tuba City District who are here with me this morning. So I'll pass the mic along. Thank you.
Ja, det er bene. Shaynash eje trobanchla. Kintichina shija. Twijini da shiche do touchini da shinale. I'm originally from Inscription House, Apikin, east on this side. My name is Fabian Then. I'm the police lieutenant at Tuba City. And welcome, Ninatani. Welcome, Kehet, for being here. This will be something new to me, to being in this position, and to be a good experience to start communicating and communicate with our Natanis. So Kehet Donana.
Good morning. My name is Roland Dash, Police Sergeant for Tuba City District. Glad to be here.
Hello, good morning. My name is Leonard Williams. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving an opportunity to introduce myself. Also to council delegates there, Honorable Honorable Begay. Good morning. I'm a police captain out of Tuba City. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Dan. I'm a criminal investigation supervisor at Tuba City. I'm here also to represent Criminal Investigation Director Michael Henderson, who's not here this week. And I'm thank you.
Good morning, everyone. G chapter members of the Law and Order, and those that are joining us online. My name is Chris Cascoli. I'm the department manager for EMS Public Safety. Thank you.
Morning, Herman Butler. I'm the Tuba City EMS supervisor. I'd like to say thank you for this opportunity to attend this meeting. Herman Butler.
Yeah, been in the she Julia Johnson, she do tonally de nasha. Is the financial torrigi bashin. She does not look at she the she. She EMS. I was in EMS over 20 years. I was a supervisor. But my best job that I've done is patient care out there. That's my love for the job. And thank you for welcoming us as part of public safety. So it's good to know you. It's good to meet you, Honorable Newton. So and actually, it's good to see you and thank you, chapter managers and invite Dan Hwashagi and everybody that's online also. She at any good edition.
Good morning. Jay Dale Jensen, yeah. That's just on that Nasha. Jay Twitch in Schlons and Ajuni Bashin. Na Kadenana Tashnella, Ashin Tashay. I'm the supervisor for Inscription House. We're myself and Herman. We provide coverage to the Chi area. Lately, we've been coming out here a lot. So it's great to be here. It's nice to meet you all, Law and Order Committee, people online, and the chapter.
Mr. Rico, can you introduce yourself as well?
Good morning, Yate Bene, She Manuel Rico Jr. in Shia. Totally, couple hundred She, additionally. I want to thank LOC for having this meeting out here. This is a nice place, and Honorable Paul Begay for the invocation. And this is my second time, I think, within the past year coming out here, with the Tole Task Force. They meet out here, and this is a very nice area. One of the reasons why I was coming out here was to see, we're getting into telecommunications. Oh, by the way, I'm the director with the Office of Legislative Services in Windrock. We're getting into telecommunications, so but she's got a nice setup here. All the mics work, the speakers on the building here, and very nice. So I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for introducing yourself. Just an FYI, I am eating, and that requires me to take off my mask. I haven't learned to eat and leave my mask on at the same time, or drink my coffee and leave my mask on at the same time. So, but I am vaccinated. I tested this morning again. I tested negative for COVID. I tested because I did have a meeting last week with Representative Tom O'Halloran, and it was on the news that he tested positive for COVID. So I tested when I came home on Wednesday, again on Friday, one at home, one at IHS, just to make sure. And then I tested again this morning and it came out negative. So just to let you guys know, as of this morning, I don't have COVID, but I am eating my banana here. So I apologize for having my mask off. And then thank you, Mr. Rico, for informing us about the setup in here. I'm really surprised because normally Lorraine will text us or tell us that she can't hear us. And because this meeting is being recorded, it's very important that we speak clearly into the microphone. That way it captures what is being said during this meeting. So I do appreciate the introduction. At this time, I'd like to ask, do we have any other delegates on the line at this time who are not members of the Law and Order Committee? Not hearing anything. I'd like to ask, do we have anyone from from the Speaker's office on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Law and Order Committee. This is Nikita Kirk, also the Speaker, and I'm here at Lease chapter. Thank you.
Do we have any members from Office of Legislative Counsel?
Good morning, Law and Order Committee. This is Dana Bobroff from the Office of Legislative Counsel. Good morning.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara, for being. Do we have services aside from Mr. Rico?
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Lorene Spencer. Although I work with the Law and Order Committee as a legislative advisor. Thank you.
Thank you for introducing yourself, Lorraine. Do we have, Sherelle, can you introduce yourself at this time?
Yes, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Sherelle Notayentia, Tatan Sani Nishla, Kachini Bashichin, Sitnajane Dashichedo, Dislane Dashinella. I am the Law and Order Committee Legislative Assistant. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction, Sherelle. Do we have anybody from the Office of the President and the Vice President on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Tim Benali from the Office of the President and Vice President.
Good morning, Mr. Benali. Thank you for being on the call with us today. Do we have anybody from the judicial branch on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable members of the Law and Order Committee, and the community members and chapter officials from Lease chapter. This is Karen Francis from Office of the Chief Justice.
Thank you, Karen, for introducing yourself. Do we have anybody from the Department of Justice on the line, which also includes the prosecutor's office?
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Vernon Jackson with the Office of the Prosecutor. Thank you for this opportunity to introduce myself. Appreciate it.
Good morning,
Thank
Madam
you,
Chair.
Ms.
This is Desiree S. Cheney. Sorry.
No, you're okay, Desiree. I should have waited a few seconds to let you introduce yourself. Thank you, Desiree, and thank you, Mr. Jackson, for being on the line. Mr. Jackson is the acting chief prosecutor, just so everybody is aware of who he is. And then we have Desiree, who is with the Department of Justice. So she works for the Attorney General's office. Thank you both for introducing yourself at this time. Do we have anybody on the line from Division of Public Safety?
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Police Officer Chastity Billy with Crown Point Police Department.
Good morning. My name is Renita Benali. I work with the Chinle Police Department, sex offender registration.
Good morning, ladies. Thank you both for introducing yourself. Do we have anybody from the Department of Corrections on the line? Lorraine, I thought I heard earlier Dr. Gray Eyes on the line. Is she on the line and just can't unmute?
Madam Chair, I'm not too sure she's on. I don't see her name, but I see other numbers.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. Once again, do we have anybody from the Department of Corrections on the line? Not hearing anything, Lorraine. Can you please get Dr. Gray Eyes on the line to be a part of this committee meeting? If she cannot be a part of this meeting, then please have somebody on the line from the Department of Corrections who can listen in on the issues that are happening here in the Lease chapter. Okay, with that, I will ask, is there anybody on the line who wishes to introduce themselves at this time? Okay, not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the next item on the agenda, which is review and adopt the agenda. Lorraine, can you go ahead and read the agenda into the record, please?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. Agenda of the Law and Order Committee, 21st Nomination Council. Regular meeting through telecommunication, March 21st, 2022, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Regina Charles Newton, Chairwoman. Honorable Otto So, Vice Chairperson. Location, Lease Chapter House, Lease, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call and invocation. Number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. Number 3, review and adopt agenda. Number 4, review and adopt the journals. There's none. 5, receiving reports. 8, report from the Lease Chapter officials regarding public safety and other matters related to the community of Lease. B, report from Lieutenant Alicia Williams and Officer Chastity Billy, Division of Public Safety, in regards to Sex Offender and Registration Act, SORNA. C, report from Department of Justice, Prosecutor's Office, Department of Correction, detention, criminal investigation in regards to holding time and time frame on the individuals based on their charges. 6, old business none. 7, new business discussion. First bullet, with the 30 days, Department of Personnel Management, Office of Management and Budget, and Office of the Controller / contracts to provide a solution on how 638 funding can be fixed due to employees not getting paid on time. The second bullet, policy change of assigning 1 police officer per chapter to be reported by Division of Public Safety and Navajo Police Department. The third bullet, legislation number 0027-22. Per Budget Finance Committee, they requested that law and order be notified of alleged non-action of the courts when an animal control reported incidents where citations were dismissed by the courts. This reported as concerning to staff trying to implement and enforce animal control policies and regulations. See legislation number 0027-22, page 29. Going to number 8, close of meeting, announcement and adjournment. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine. FYI, include all discussion to move the April 4th Law and Order Committee meeting to April 1st. Colleagues, committee members, normally per law, the Law and Order Committee meets the second, third, and fourth Mondays of every month. However, the third Monday is the first day of spring session. So we did vote to, I believe we did vote to schedule a special meeting on April 4th, but the Law and Order Committee will be in Washington, D.C. that week, the entire week. So there is a push to put the Law and Order Committee special meeting on April 1st. And so for the month of April, we will have a Law and Order Committee, if approved, on April 1st, April 11th, and April 25th. Lorraine, that was not added to the discussion for the agenda, and we are coming up. So committee members, I'm going to go ahead and just ask that we add that under new business as an amendment to the agenda so that we can get our Law and Order Committee days scheduled for the month of April. In addition to that, I will also ask committee members to consider adding another amendment to also include in that the Law and Order Committee visit to Washington, D.C. the week of April 4th through April 8th. We are currently working, myself and Ms. Nikita Kirk. We have been, and also Mr. Carlisle Begay, we are working to schedule meetings with the various senators and representatives in Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. In addition to meeting with BIA, Indian Health Services, we also have a meeting with Washington DC office, as the Washington DC director has left her position. So this will give us the opportunity to meet the acting director, who is currently at the Washington DC office, Miss Hillary Thompson, I believe was her name. We also have other meetings that we do need to schedule. I did have the conversation with Chief Noon. Chief Noon may be accompanying us during that time, as the BIA Office of Justice Service Director, Mr. Jason O'Neill, has not had the opportunity to meet with Chief Noon, and we did invite Director Delmar. So that is a discussion topic that will need to happen. Again, we are looking at April 4th through the 8th of this year. So an amendment needs to be made to add these two topics. Both topics will need to be voted on. Again, that is to have a special meeting scheduled for April 1st, as well as schedule the meeting for Law and Order Committee to Washington, DC from April 4th through the 8th. So committee members, the agenda has been read into the record by Ms. Lorraine Spencer. Can I ask for a motion and a second at this time? Motion made by Vice Chair Otto So. Can I get a second? Second made by Honorable Eugene So. So with that, committee members, are there any questions, any comments, or any amendments that need to be made to the agenda? Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
One area that we really need to have a discussion on, and it's part of the Western Navajo, is the Chianti Township Fire Department. We all are aware that the Chianti Township Fire Department receives no Navajo dollars in forms of general funds, nor any type of other funds. The fire department is funded 100% by, I guess, stakeholders there at the local community of Chianti, such as a township and the Indian Health Services. So somewhere we had a discussion when we were in Ojeto when this issue was brought up, and we did indicate that we were going to have we were going to address the Chianti Township Fire Department. There's fire departments on Navajo throughout the Navajo Nation that's not funded by Navajo, the mother government, but they provide aid and provide that service to Navajo people, such as the community of Chianti, the township, the Ojeto Fire Department there at the community of Ojeto, the San Juan County, the Ganado Fire District is another thing, and the other is in Perco Valley in Sanders, Arizona. So we have Navajo citizens living there, but Navajo Fire does not pick up that service area. The other is the EMS. I know that there's issues pertaining to service areas and so forth. And a lot of those areas, we have to have a discussion on that to try to shed light to that, because our Navajo citizens live in these areas, but yet we're collecting 1%, 1 cent sales tax for fire safety, 100%. And before COVID, it brought in about $8 million. And that's why you see the new fire department, fire fleet, or I guess they call them apparatus, and in those communities. But really need to shed light to that and get more information from under the direction of public safety, fire department, and how we could try to divvy up these things. One of the discussions is to allow the sales tax dollars to stay within that district instead of it harnessed back to the Navajo Nation mother government for we divvied up in the comprehensive budget. So that way we leave those dollars there so that these fire departments can get access to those dollars. So for instance, like in Ganado, Navajo Nation Fire Department from Window Rock does not service the community of Ganado, probably all the way down into Telecom, all the way down to Steamboat, my Shanala in his area, Honorable James. And I think that's one area that we need to have a discussion to bring chapters that are directly affected, to have a dialogue on that, because the mother government is collecting sales tax, but not providing those dollars to service those Navajo sales tax dollars that's being collected for safety, fire safety, to be utilized. So somewhere to have that discussion. And it's just like here in Tlichii, there's no fire department. And the city of Page, they're probably at the mercy of city of Page. And not too long ago, the city of Page canceled the MOA with the Navajo Nation. So a lot of that issue there is something that we need to go back to the drawing table with the city of Page to try to see how we could shed light to this too for fire protection. I know we talked to county leadership at one point, and they indicated that whether they're on the off reservation or on reservation, we do our main goal is to provide public safety for all. And but the jurisdiction issue is a something that we need to address and have a dialogue pertaining to those matters. So but I guess if we could propose them in meetings gearing to that region, I think will be very, very important. That way we can address them. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Vice Chair Otto. So with that, committee members, it sounds like under discussion topic, we do also need to add the Chianti Township Fire Department as a discussion topic. So committee members, at any time, you can make an amendment to add this one discussion topic, and then the two items that need to be voted on. We will need a motion and a second to amend the agenda. Committee members, what is your will?
Second the motion.
I'm sorry. Honorable Vince James, you motion to make this amendment?
I thought my Nallet, Honorable Otto made the motion.
Is that
I'll
your
second.
motion? Okay, so the motion has been established. Shanella, Honorable Vince James, did you want to second that?
Oh, Sonali.
Okay, just for the record, Lorraine, the agenda, there's a motion to amend the agenda to add a bullet under new business discussion, and that is for the Chianti Township Fire Department, and also to look at the sales tax as an option for assisting the fire department with funds. So that's one, and then the two other voting issues will be, number one, to schedule a special Law and Order Committee meeting for April 1st in lieu of April 18th, which is the first day of spring council session. And then the next item to be voted on is the Washington DC trip from April 4th through the 8th. Did you get all of that, Lorraine?
Yes, I did, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Rico, did you get all of that? Okay. Okay, thank you. So with that, committee members, there is a motion and a second established. Are there any other questions, comments, or any amendments that need to be made to the agenda? Not hearing anything. Amendment number 1 has been proposed. Motion made by Honorable Otto So, second by Honorable Vince James for amendment number 1. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Yeah. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James, vote screen.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, the cases.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, amendment 1 does pass. Committee members, we are now back to the main motion with 1 amendment. Are there any further amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time, committee members? Not hearing anything. Lorraine, can you go ahead and read the agenda into the record with the amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair. So 7 new business, there will be a new bullet indicating Chianti Township Fire Department. And then going to the other 2 amendments will be special meeting on April 1st, 2022. It will be a special meeting for the Law and Order Committee in lieu of April 18th due to the Nomination Council spring session. And then the last bullet will be the Law and Order Committee will be traveling to Washington, D.C. to meet with various representatives and senators and BIA and IHS and Nomination Washington office. This will be from April 4th through the 8th, 2022. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. Since there are no other questions, comments, or amendments that need to be made to the agenda, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the roll call vote. And this is to accept the agenda with amendment number 1. Sherelle, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Okay, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James, vote screen.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote on case, okay.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. With a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, the agenda has been set for the Law and Order Committee for March 21st, 2022. We're going to go ahead and divert a little bit from the agenda, Vice Chair. We do have a special guest here who has just walked into the room. We have the mayor of Page, Arizona, who has joined the Law and Order Committee meeting. I'd like to give him the mic at this time to allow him to introduce himself, and then maybe if he would like to speak a little bit to the Law and Order Committee and to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I'm going to go ahead and afford him this time to do so. So with that, Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Bill Dyack. I'm Mayor of Page. I've been around here for many, many, many years, mayor for most of the last 12. I thank the Law and Order Committee for the opportunity to speak. And I also thank the council member, Paul Begay, for representing us so well in our district. And I thank Joanne Yazzie, president of the chapter, for the opportunity to be here. I'll just make it very brief. I wanted to let the Law and Order community, as well as Paul and President, know that the community of Page wants to be great partners with all of our communities around us, including Lease. I know that there may be some topics coming up either later on today's agenda or in the future about mutual agreements for operations within the city and within the Navajo Nation, the community of Lease, and other communities as well. Page welcomes those commitments and is looking forward to working out some new MOAs that are agreeable and workable for both parties. So as those mature, I want you to understand that the city of Page is committed to our neighbors, all of them, whether or not they're on the reservation or the other communities surround us to the west. So we appreciate that time, and we'll look forward for future meetings with the chapter as well as the Law and Order community and possibly Navajo PD. Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm sorry, my name is Bill Dyack, D-I-A-K.
Madam Chair, are you still there? We cannot hear you.
Darn it, you guys missed my whole speech. I'm sorry. I was sure talking in here about the fact that Mayor Dyack this is the first time that the committee, any committee, I believe, on the 24th Navajo Nation Council has had a mayor take part in a committee meeting. And I just thanked Mayor Dyack for the MOAs that he discussed and how we can collaborate in terms of funding to properly provide coverage, police protection, fire department protection, and maybe even EMT protection, when it comes to the people who are living in the surrounding communities. So we really appreciate you being here, Mayor. It's a big honor, and it's really great seeing you here, because then that means that relationship that you're talking about is something that you really truly want to form. So I appreciate you being here. I don't know how long you're going to be here, but we will be here usually through the day, talking about issues here specifically on the agenda. We are talking about the issues regarding public safety and other matters that are related here to the community. We also will be getting an update on the Sex Offender Registration Act, the SORNA. We call that SORNA on the Navajo Nation. So we do have those topics, reportings that will be provided to us, as well as a report from the prosecutor's office, from the Department of Corrections, from criminal investigation on how long how long we hold individuals. So certainly all regarding public safety and justice. And just as a little bit of education, the council is made up of 24 delegates. We represent 110 chapters. The council delegates are equivalent to a federal, I guess at the federal level, a representative and also a senator, meaning we represent our community and we also represent the entire Navajo Nation. And at the very top of our council, you have the Navajo Nation Speaker. The Navajo Nation Speaker is the most powerful man on the Navajo Nation. Most people think it's the president, but it's not. It's the speaker. The president represents the Navajo Nation off the nation. This is in my own research and educating myself on the Navajo Nation law. But most people don't know that the speaker is actually the most powerful person, the most powerful man here on the Navajo Nation. Every council delegate represents one committee for each agency. So Delegate Paul Begay represents the Western Agency on the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. There are technically 5 committees. There's the first committee, which is Nabikietskit, which is the whole 24 delegates. The speaker cannot vote on any issues or any legislations that come before council, but that's the first one is Nabikietskit. The next committee is Budget and Finance, and they oversee the money. That's the best way to put it. They oversee the money coming into the Navajo Nation, and then also the money that, regarding investments, general funds, anything dealing with money. So Budget and Finance, which is made up of 6 delegates, and they're on the far right-hand side. Then you have the Health, Education, Human Services, which is what Delegate Paul Begay sits on, and they oversee health, education, and human services. Then you have the Law and Order Committee. We're the only committee that has 5 members. 4 of us are very active, and we take part in all of the committee meetings, but we oversee public safety and justice and anything dealing with the judicial branch. The last committee is Resources and Development. They are the most the busiest, I would have to say, committee, because they oversee the 110 chapters, as well as enterprises, anything dealing with businesses and resources, any type of money that's coming into the Navajo Nation. So resources and development. As I stated, each delegate from each region is assigned to one of the committees. I am the chairwoman for Law and Order Committee. There are 4 chairs. Delegate Jamie Hanyo is the chair for Budget and Finance. Delegate Daniel So is the chair for Health, Education, Human Services. Delegate Rick Nez is the chair for Resources and Development, and then I'm the chair for Law and Order Committee. In the absence of the speaker, only one of us 4 can actually be in that position for speaker for a short time. So we appreciate you being here. And I just wanted to just kind of give you some information on the way that the Navajo Nation Council works. So we are the oversight. Most delegates say that we only have 2 jobs, but technically by law, we have 3 jobs. The first job is that we legislate, so we write laws and we pass laws. The second is we allocate and we appropriate funding. And the third job is we are the oversight for the executive offices when it comes to providing services to our Navajo people. So those are the 3 jobs of a council delegate. All 3 can be found in the Navajo Nation Code, which is under our responsibilities. So we appreciate you being here. Thank you.
I appreciate that very much, and thank you. Thanks to Paul Begay, I have that poster hanging in my office. and as far as Paul and Joanne know, they have my ear whenever they need. They have my phone numbers and they can call me at any time, and I appreciate that. I may let a little thing out of the bag here, Joanne. The city is right now working with retiring one of our assets. We have to do that through a particular procedure, but that is a fire attack truck that we are hoping to give to the community of Leche here very shortly. So you guys are making plans along the line. along with that, that fire truck would come in commitment to train some of their people at our in-town school to operate the vehicle as well as to operate with fires in a safe and proper manner. So that's one of the things we've talked about recently. And we're, as a government entity, we have to go through the process of retiring it properly and donating it. So that's what we're in the process of doing, but we've been in contact with Joanne about that. And we're looking forward because we know that it has years and years of service left, and to offer that to join the community is the right thing to do. So thank you very much. I do have another meeting at 11 today, so I'm going to sit by for a while and then I'll quietly sneak out. All right. I appreciate that, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
Any questions that I might answer of anybody?
Are there any questions for the mayor at this time? The mayor of Page, for those of you who are joining us, and we are being streamed on the World Wide Web, just so that, just so you guys know, we are being streamed right now. Are there any questions at this time for Mayor Diak? Vice Chair Otto, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. One of the major things is that what came out from the city of Page about a couple of months ago pertaining to the MOA that has been put in place by the former City of Page Police Chief. The 23rd Council Law and Order Committee, we worked with the police chief at the time, and we put that dialogue together, that agreement. And we would really appreciate that we come back to the table to have that collaboration so that, we can address public safety in the communities that surround the community of the city of Page. So we really want to come back to the table. I got a couple of calls pertaining to that, what's going to happen, and so forth. And I remember that we housed a couple of police officers there at the police station there to provide, to do their reports. And I'm not too sure with that agreement going away. And I just wondering that, and that is something that really was on my mind, and something that we really want to try to address and come back to the table to. Thank you.
I'm going to try to handle this very delicately. Many months ago, we sent a letter to the then police chief that was out of Tuba City that we needed to have some discussions, because over the years that we've had that MOU in place, several things had changed, i.e. the people that were Navajo PD officers were removed from the area and were moved back to Tuba City and were dispatched out of there. They weren't dispatched very often at all. And so Page Police Department, as well as EMS, became the community's main source of response. So we asked that we could sit down and talk about that. Now, I don't want to say anything out of context. We had no response for that for several months. So like the second or third letter that we had sent, the response we got was on social media. So that's at what time we says, well, we need to renegotiate this. So that's when we removed our services.
Can I ask who responded on social media?
Police chief out of Tuba City, I believe.
I apologize for that, Mayor Diak. That's not how we at Navajo Nation handle ourselves.
And we understand that too. That's why we've reached out again. And I believe now we have some conversations that are about to start happening. So, but we will always support the communities to the best of our ability. But the MOA changed from the time that it was originally put in place over the years, and things do change. They need to be updated from time to time. And there were some things that were in there that kind of left some of our police officers hanging, because we went from a Arizona Post certified officer to a Navajo PD officer certification. And that became a little bit problematic for us because we're all AZ Post certified, which is, we believe, is the highest in the state. And they were requiring that our people take another certification through the Navajo Nation, which they already had a higher certification for. So there was just some things, and I think it's possibly was just the matter of who's doing the business and at that time. So I think things are a little bit different now, and we're looking forward to renegotiating those MOUs and reestablishing them in the favor of both and all parties.
Thank you for that, Mayor Diak. And again, I on behalf of the Law and Order Committee for the 24th Navajo Nation, we do apologize that that was the form of communication in which was chosen, I guess, to address this issue. And as a result of that, I know that the community of Lechi, as well as surrounding community, suffered because of that choice that was made. The Law and Order Committee, we had we were not informed of anything that was happening. In the future, just know that if the Division of Public Safety does not return any type of communication that affects the Navajo people, you can reach out to the council delegate in this area for assistance, or you can reach out to council as a whole to ask, because an MOA or MOU does affect the safety and well-being of our Navajo people. We cannot afford to have any of those lapse, nor can we afford for any of those agreements to not be in place. We are currently working to try to get MOUs or MOAs in place right now with surrounding communities, because we know of the officer shortage, as well as the shortage in resources from the Navajo Nation. So just know that the 24th Navajo Nation Council Law and Order Committee, we are committed to ensuring that these MOUs continue. And in the event that something like that were to happen again, you can reach out directly to the committee, and we'll be happy to help in addressing those issues. Again, as a result, and I apologize to the community of Lechi, those of you who are here on behalf of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we did not know that that was the situation. I think we became aware when it hit the newspapers, just as many of you probably were aware of at that point what was happening. But working with Chief Noon, who is the new chief of police, it sounds like relationships are being mended right now.
Yes,
and
ma'am, they
discussions
are.
Currently happening.
Yes, ma'am, they are. And that's good to know information for us too. The kind of who we can reach out to about when things are like that. So we appreciate that very much. And we appreciate the committees hearing that. And we know that we are working in the proper light now. Things are really starting to move, and hopefully we'll have some MOUs for you all to look at here within the next month or two.
Wonderful. And we do have Chief Noon, who has joined us here as well, Mayor Dag, and we appreciate.
Welcome.
Since Chief Noon has taken over, I think there's been a new stone that has been flipped over. So we really are looking forward to having a good, positive relationship with Chief Noon. And it sounds like he's already been out here mending those miscommunications that have happened. So we appreciate that. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. And the other is that you can, the city page has their city attorney, and he or she can reach out to the Department of Justice of the Navajo Nation also, because these agreements are usually approved in legislative forms. So it's just not something that's approved by the president. It's approved by, according to the law on the Navajo Nation, is that council is the lawmaking body of the nation. And we're the final authority on that, on those agreements. And then that's when the president goes into with his signature, tell council.
We know
authorize.
it's all draft until it's signed.
Yes, and that's why, that's the reason why I'm saying that Department of Justice is the key thing, because a lot of it will go back and forth due to the jurisdictional issue and sovereign immunity issues and so forth. So it's just would like to just let you know that Department of Justice is there also. And I appreciate City Page coming back to the table relating to this matter, because the former police chief for the City of Page, he was very, very, very kind, and we worked with him. We really worked with him. We came here a couple of times, visit him here at the station, and the next dialogue was to talk about fire safety. That's when he left. And that was under the 23rd council. I served on law and order also. So that's the reason why I was saying that, you know, it's something that's very, very dear in this area, that we do have public safety protection and some sort of fire protection. And it speaks to many, many forms of you know, things such as possibility, maybe, you know, fire safety, you know, revenue sharing, you know, cost sharing. Instead of building a new fire department, why can't we cost share? You know, those are some of the avenues that could be discussed and talked about. And instead of building a whole new facility again, you know, those avenues are something that we could look at, and we could try to work with the City of Page and mend those bridges and just get a better planning for the regional area. Thank you.
Madam Chair, like the comments that you made earlier about who we should reach out to when we feel that we're not getting the responses that are necessary. That same back to you. The buck stops here. Okay. And if that doesn't work, also there's also our city manager, Darren Caldwell. And I believe, Chief, you've been working with Chief Lang? Okay, great. He wasn't able to come today. He's out of town today. So, but we're looking forward to having those conversations and getting some plan back in effect. I see some of our officers back here that I kind of recognize from the area and stuff, and we appreciate you guys as well. So thank you. And I'm going to take my leave at this time. I think I've taken enough of the committee's time, and I really appreciate that the opportunity to be here. And let's not make this the only time. We will be back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We do appreciate your time here. And I wish we could do some photos. That would be really nice. But I think that Mr. Rico did take some pictures of you sitting out in the community or amongst the community members. But we do appreciate your time here. And as far as the truck that you're talking about, we would love to be invited to the dedication to the Lease chapter. I think that would be a great asset to the community, and it sounds like they were surprised to hear that this was going to be happening. But that is such great news for the Navajo Nation to hear. And like I said, and I'm sure the Lease chapter will be excited to accept that donation. And if you would like to invite the delegate from the delegates from the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we would be happy to be in attendance. In addition to that, Delegate Paul Begay, I know, has been working really hard on behalf of this community, talking about, you know, how to generate revenue here. And he has some ideas, Paul, Delegate Begay, maybe that would be a good time during that time when we come out for the dedication to meet with council to talk about the ideas that you have regarding business development, because I think those are some really, really good ideas. So thank you, Mayor. We appreciate your time. Before you leave, are there any other questions from anyone? Delegate Paul Begay?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, Vice Chair Shay, Honorable Delegate Aroso, members of Law and Order, Mr. Dyack, appreciate your presence. I know that Mr. Dyack, Mayor Dyack has been a mayor before, and then there was a gap in between. He comes back to us again. We always appreciate the collaboration that we have with him. He's a good friend of our Navajo people here. And so I appreciate that. Thank you for the report. I just remembered sitting next to my Che Aroso. When we first came into office, I was chosen to be on the Law and Order. And my Che was on the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Wow, he wanted to come back to Law and Order, so we went to a corner and said, let's switch. So that's what we did. And I think both of us are comfortable with our committees. We respect each other's oversight. You know, I know that there are issues here with Law and Order and their oversight in our region here in Western Navajo. But I'm also aware that my Che, Honorable Delegate Aroso, is very aware of issues that pertain to this area. So I don't step over the line in Law and Order's ground. And likewise, they don't do the same to us. So we respect each other's oversight. The issues pertaining to Chichi and Page and the MOU that went on. Of course, he mentioned that he was on a 23rd council. So his second year or his second term on the council. So so sometimes people get the impression that because of our oversight as HESI committee, hospital, schools, those are our oversight. My Che's oversight and LOC's oversight, public safety. So we respect our oversight. So Madam Chair.
Thank you, Shana, Delegate Paul Begay. Thank you, Mayor. We're not going to keep you any longer. We appreciate you being here once again, and we look forward to seeing you during the, I guess, the dedication to Lease chapter. It sounds great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Vice Chair.
Real quick before he skips out. No, what I want to propose is a leadership meeting with the mayor and the public safety of City of Page, where the committee and the leadership of City of Page meets together on these issues to have a close dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mayor. Yes, we're stepping outside. The alarm has gone off. So Lorraine, if we could just take like maybe a 15-minute break. We have to go outside and abide by the chapter's policy regarding alarms. Thank you. Lorraine, can you hear me?
Yes, Madam Chair, I can hear you.
Thank you, Lorraine. We had to take a, yes, we do apologize for that. The alarm was set off here at Lease chapter, so we had to evacuate. But we are now cleared. We are back in the building, so I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order. I do apologize. It was a quick recess. Again, normally we do a motion and a second, but because the alarm did go off, we are not able to do that. So with that, committee members, we did meet and we got a picture with Mayor Dyack here from Page, the mayor of Page, Arizona. He did talk to us about some MOUs and then also a donation that will be taking place regarding a fire attack truck that will be retired from Page, but donated to Lease chapter. So that's some exciting news to hear. And we did go off of the agenda. So now we're going back onto the agenda. And again, we made that special exception because the mayor had walked in at the time that we were going through the agenda. So with that, committee members, we're moving down to item number 4, review and adopt the journals. There is none. Item number 5, receiving reports. We do have listed on the agenda a report from Lease chapter officials regarding public safety and other matters relating to the community of Lease. We have the president of Lease chapter who is here with us, as well as the grazing official. The vice president is on the line, and we have the chapter manager who was also in attendance during this time. So we're going to go ahead and at this time call for a motion and a second to hear the report. Motion made by Vice Chair Otto. So can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Thank you. Second made by Honorable Vince James. Let me just go through the procedure really quickly, President Yazi Payochi. Thank you for, again, inviting the Law and Order Committee members here to hear the report provided here by the chapter. You have 15 minutes on the clock. We'll go ahead and we'll give you 20 minutes because normally we do 15. And if there's no objection, we do an additional 5, but we'll go ahead and give you 20 minutes during this time. You can, at that time, report to the committee on issues that are affecting the chapter, issues that we can with. You have 3, 4, you have 5 delegates currently who are listening to your report, 4 members from the Law and Order Committee and your council delegate, Delegate Paul Begay, who is also in attendance. You can have up to 2 agents who can assist you during this time. You have the opportunity to not only address the community, the committee members and the council delegate Paul Begay, but you have in attendance the Navajo Nation Police Department as well as the EMS who is here. And then we have the prosecutor's office on the line, Department of Justice, and we also have criminal investigations. So we do have a lot of people who are listening online at this time as you provide your report. During this time, I'd like to ask everyone to make sure that their phone is on mute. We have a 0 tolerance rule here at Law and Order Committee. If your phone is muted and you interrupt the presenter, you will be hung up on and you'll be required to call back in. Your first and your last warning to make sure that your phone is on mute during this time. We are conducting business on behalf of the Navajo Nation, and we cannot and should not be interrupted by people who have their phone on mute. So with that, President Yazi, do you have any questions? I should also state that when you're done with your presentation, then the committee members, as well as Council Delegate Paul Begay and any council who is on the line will ask questions regarding the report that you provided here to us today. And again, we also have Chief Noon in attendance, and he may also want to ask questions as well. So with that, President Yazi Payochi, before I turn the floor over to you, do you have any questions on the procedure?
So you're saying that we can only have like 2-person, because I have my vice president who will show a video a little bit on the area about the public safety building that we have. So I would like to invite her. And then of course, our planning and zoning personnel that well, our grazing official and the planning, he's part of the planning zoning. So I wanted him to kind of help out too.
Yes, so so yourself and 2 other agents.
Okay, yes, thank you. Well, first of all, I wanted to say.
I'm sorry, really quickly. So do you have any questions on the procedure before we begin?
No.
Okay.
I believe I understand.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying.
Lorraine, we're going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and start the presentation at this time. If you could go ahead and put 20 minutes on the clock. President Yazi Payochi, I'm sorry, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to Jerry because it was through his diligent work is how we were able to set this up, and who is the LDA for Paul Begay. So he had and he got the chance to set this up. Well, I think with Madam Vice President Cassie, can you do the president? Go ahead, and I will have her present, and then we'll talk a little bit more about what is the issue that has faced us here in Leche. Cassie, can you do that? Can you start the presentation?
Lorraine, can you make sure that the Vice President is Cassie Scott? She is on the line. Can you give her access so that she can share her screen to do a presentation with the committee members?
Yes, Madam Chair, I believe she can.
Okay. On
PowerPoint.
the bottom, click share screen, and we should be able to see the provided that you have here for us.
Madam Chair, does she start? I don't hear anything.
No.
Okay, so go ahead and get started. When she jumps in, we can join her. So in here in Leche, as has already been said, we had been, had the MOA with the city of Page. Once that went away, it really became a difficult situation. I see this past year, we've had 2 homes burned to the ground. And so if we had at least something that could have at least stopped it. But unfortunately, we had to wait for, I think, Chianti Fire Department to come here to put up. But by the time they got here, it had burnt to the ground. We've been really concerned. So, and I've been talking to our manager and the other officials as how we need to do something. And I've even reached out to Lena Fowler, fire truck. So now we have one donated to us, but now we need to, they told us that they want us to have a building built so that we can store the fire truck inside it, just so that like in the winter, it doesn't freeze, so that it can be ready to go. Same way with the EMS that have been coming, inscription house, and we're very thankful because I know this place is busy. As you can see, this N20 is a busy road. You tours with these slot canyons. So we do need we really do need public safety. I see and while the MOA was in place, we did have, protection, but then it has gone away. That's where we started working on it there it is. All right, go ahead, Cassie.
Thank you, Madam President. Sorry for the delay. Nature called, so I had to leave, and I figured you guys are still evacuating, so I apologize. Madam President, are you able to see my slideshow?
Yes.
Because it's not showing on my side.
Says it's loading right now.
How about now?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay, so I'll just go through the slides as follows. So first of all, I want to thank everyone for coming out to the Lechi'i chapter community. Apologize for not being in person. I'm still recovering from my respiratory infection. So with that being said, we'll go through the slides and then we'll have questions. We'll answer any questions at the end of it. I believe there is a total of about 14 slides altogether. During that time, I may call on you, Madam President, and our Madam Manager during that time to kind of put some input in there since I'm not there. So thank you. Welcome to our community. One of our plans for the Lechi'i chapter is planning. We always want to plan for our community and our during our leadership here. So when we talk about our local leadership team, we have Renee Sosi as our chapter manager. And again, she's responsible for administering the 5 management system and the administration of the Lechi'i chapter. We have our chapter officials. So our president is Joanne Yazi Payochi, vice president Cassie Scott, secretary is Charlotte Hunt. We have Tyler Manson as our grazing officer. He reviews and recommends policy and procedures and regulations for grazing on trust, ranch, and leased lands. And we also have our planning and zoning committee. We have our president, Eunice So, our vice president, Michelle Alex, secretary is Steve Yazzie, member is Matilda Burke, and member is Tyler Manson. So that is our local leadership team, and these 4 have been involved in our discussions regarding the public safety of the Lechi'i chapter. We're going to go to our vision statement. So the vision statement for the Lechi'i community is we need to work together to achieve our goals of economic independence in order to develop community facilities to provide services for families, youth, and their elderly. Which brings us to our problem. So the problem, the City of Page terminated the 2016 mutual aid agreement between the Navajo Nation Police, the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety, and the Page Police Department on October 31st, 2021. The purpose of the agreement was to provide mutual law enforcement personnel and resources in the event of a disaster, disorder, emergencies, or special requests for events in their respective jurisdiction. When we talk about the timeline of the Lechi'i chapter, so the Lechi'i chapter was LGA certified January 13th of 2012. The next year following, we actually passed a resolution for our emergency response team, which is now known as our alert team. That was on June 13th, 2011. Fast forward to 2021. August 9th of 2021, the Lechi'i community affirmed new planning and zoning members. October 31st is when our 2016 mutual aid agreement was terminated. November 15th of 2021, the Lechi'i community recommended and supported the approval of a public safety building. Reason why we talk about the timeline here is we are LGA certified. We do have an emergency response team that the community has established. We do have planning and zoning members to allow us to request for a public safety building and to do all of our land withdrawals. Reason why is because the agreement was terminated in October, which brings us to November. Within that month time frame, the community leaders and local leadership actually sat down and put a resolution together and presented it to the community on November 15th. So when we talk about our solution, this is what we had come up with. During that time, we had our planning and zoning and the help with all our local leaderships. We created a resolution that is going to be that we have planned to withdraw land for a proposed public safety building. So what I have attached here, slide 7 shows the Lechi'i chapter comprehensive land use plan. We do have a land use plan that the planning and zoning is now in charge of updating. And during that time, the Lechi'i chapter house track does include in here places that we've identified for potential sites for a public safety building. So on the next screen on 8, this is where we had our planning and zoning members actually zone out and identify within the Lechi'i chapter track places of where we could put a public safety helipad. So you'll see that here. 9, this one with this white line here, that is where we have identified our Lechi'i Public Safety Building. And this is the information that we have proposed to the community and that we have all that had been approved during the resolution back in November 2021. So when we talk about the public safety building, we figured out what are the steps that we need to do in order to make this a reality, because it is a need in the Lechi'i community. So what we figured was, with our public safety building, it is going to involve community and outreach. And what are our plans for that? So the first step we figured was, okay, well, we need to request for community support. So what we ended up doing was our planning and zoning, all local leadership got together, figured out what we were going to do. We presented the resolution to the community, and we showed again the screenshots that you've seen in slide 7, 8, and 9. And it was passed, and the community did vote on it, and it is approved. So the next step for us, we figured, was to request for support and guidance from the Navajo Nation Law and Order Committee and local resources. So that is where we tasked the local leadership to, actually the administration, to reach out and request for these meetings to happen. And again, it's an outreach. We need as much help as we can from law and order and from local resources. With your support, the next step would be to request for support and guidance from the Navajo Nation Office of President and Vice President. How do we make what we are planning here a reality, so we can show our community that we do have a public safety building, that we are addressing the needs of the community? So when we talked about that, we figured, well, what are the benefits? Like, why should we have a public safety building? And how is it going to benefit the community? As local leaders, we have to do our due diligence and ask those questions. So when we come to the benefits, this is where we as leadership sat down and talked about it. When we go to our timeline, I've noticed that our prior administration and the ones prior that had gotten the chapter LGA certified had put in steps to allow for our emergency response team to be approved and to give us a plan of operation. We also have a CERT team in the Lechi'i community that was certified. So all these things that we have, all these benefits that we have for the community, we have people, like our Madam President says, we have people in our community that are nurses, that are EMTs, that are resources, that are police officers in Lechi'i and in Page, that we can rely on and that we can help to self-sustain our community. But the issue is, where do we house them? Where do we put them? I know currently we have help from the surrounding communities, from Chianti and Inscription House and Tuba. And it always comes down to the same issue of where are we going to house them? Where are they going to be able to stay at in the Lechi'i chapter community? And so when we talked about that, we talked about the benefits. If we do have a public safety building, how can it benefit the community? Well, we talked about CPR classes. We have a lot of tour companies in the Lechi'i chapter community that require CPR classes for employment. And we have always had to have our CPRs in the city of Page. During the time when SRP was here, we actually were able to utilize the Para Club, and they would have monthly CPR classes. Since then, since the Para Club has closed and SRP has left, we no longer have CPR classes available to the Lechi'i chapter community. We do have trainers that are available, but we are not able to house them at this time. So with the public safety building, that would help us out a lot. We also have food handlers that can come in to the public safety building and provide training and certification to the people of the Lechi'i chapter community for jobs here in town. We also want to be able to provide the community benefits. We have the healthy DNF food, junk food tax that will allow us to do community wellness programs. And when we talk about wellness programs, those can be housed inside a public safety building for self-defense classes, for healthy eating, and just all around community involvement and community awareness. Excuse me. When we talk about our outreaching, we would like to be able to house our own EMS and provide training for them so they can utilize the fire truck that we are now going to be receiving from the city of Page. We would like to have our own volunteers. We would like to have our own police officers. I mean, in the event that we can do training here at a public safety building to recruit police officers for the Lechi'i chapter. We have a lot of community members and a lot of local youth that would love to be police officers, but they don't want to travel out of the community. They want to be able to serve the community here in Lechi'i, and that's something we can provide with a public safety building. Excuse me, Madam President, are you available? I have to clear my nose.
Go ahead. I'm available.
Okay, can you pick up where we were talking about with the community outreach and benefits? I gotta go clean my nose. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Cassie. Okay, what she talked about with the community outreach and all this that's going on that we're trying to do. I think our biggest concern for us is the fact that we do not have the law enforcement. Right? We've all been taught that we should do things ourselves. For that, those thoughts, this is where the thought of trying to get a fire truck and getting volunteers, a community outreach, no. So this is where we're at, and I know that there are going to be oppositions to these having a public safety building, but however, we need it. If this MOA does go forth, I think it would be good for us in this community. But we also need to I feel like we need to start doing things ourselves on here. And I know in this community, with the NGS shutdown, a lot of people that were EMTs out there that live in our community. We have nurses that are willing to be part of the EMT if we ever do establish here. They had met with them and they were willing to work and volunteer if we need to staff our own. The whole same thought is about trying to be self-sustainable on here. A lot of us on the which was the philosophy that we were taught about. So I see Nihini kid. I don't know how much time we have left, but I also wanted to kind of include our chapter grazing official. He's part of the 4 minutes. 4 minutes. You want to add anything, Tyler? Did you?
Madam President, I have 3 more slides left and then we can finish up after that.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have 4 minutes and I want some time. So, all right.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam President. As we talk about these benefits to the community, we also looked at the portion of revenue. How can we generate revenue, again, to be self-sufficient in this Lechi'i chapter community? You know, like we always, again, with SRP not being available, our revenue for the Lechi'i chapter has gone down a lot. So when we talk about revenue, we're talking to the community. What are you willing to pay to the Lechi'i chapter to provide? And the main things were CPR classes. They were cooking classes. They were wellness classes. They were self-defense classes. There's a lot of training that they want to do. And when we talk about the revenue or the venue, we're talking about where are we going to have all of this? We can't really necessarily have it at the administration based off of the guidelines that they're under. They're not allowed to open to the community. And then it comes down to getting a trainer. Like if we used to have CPR classes, who is going to be training? So we've identified the community needs. We need a venue and we have identified trainers. So revenue, this will help the Lechi chapter in revenue as well, when we talk about the public safety building too. And then it comes to why now. Currently, we have no support from the city of Page for emergency services in Western Navajo. We have had many public safety concerns happen that we weren't able to stop. For examples, we've had house fires. We've had requests for EMT support. We've had safety concerns when it comes to police officers in the community. And as of now, there's no support coming from the city of Page. I believe we've had a house fire that had happened this year in 2022, and it took a little over 2 hours for a fire truck to respond to that house here in the Lechi community. So when we talk about the end of it in our closing remarks, we come back to our quotes. Like I can do a lot of things that you cannot as the local leadership, us here in Lechi. But when we come to law and order, you can do things that we cannot. So together we can do great things. And so that one is something we always talk about. We need each other to help support. And with that being said, you know, we are grateful that the city of Page did come. But I do also like to note that this is the first time we're hearing about any of the agreements, any of that. This is the first time we've had that. And so we're thankful for it, and we would like to capitalize on it. So thank you for your attendance and your support regarding public safety for the Lechi chapter community. And Madam President, this is where I yield the floor to you and to the local leadership. Thank you, Madam President.
It's a good morning, Law and Order Committee. Just like to thank you guys for coming out again. Couple of things to note when it comes to the Lechi chapter. We are a growing chapter. Every day I do receive phone calls from community members as a grazing official. These individuals, they want to come home. Some of these people, they currently do live in Page. Some of them, they live in Tuba City. Some of them, they live in Phoenix and other locations. They want to come home. So I do go through the process with them in obtaining a home site lease. So far, I have done over like 150 home site leases within the community and the rural areas within the Lechi chapter. So we are prospering. We do need the resources. We do need assistance when it comes to providing emergency services, because we do have a large land base within the Lechi chapter. We do get a lot of visitors. We do get a lot of guests from all over the world. And with that amount of individuals that come through our community, we do need emergency services to provide services not just to the community, but to the individuals that do visit our chapter and the companies that do provide services to our community. So other than that, just like to thank you guys and for coming out here and listening to our concerns.
In closing, I just wanted to say that I was told, I guess Friday, we were told that there's the talk of maybe using some of the buildings out of NGS. On that this morning, one of the things that's a concern is when all the talk was that we had the staff from the clinic come, and they really urged some of the communities said, why not over there? However, the staff here, the clinic, they said, you know what? We need to have a response within 3 minutes. The tour companies go, you're busy. They want to be here in this community. Also, the other thing is we have water, power, which doesn't have it at NGS. I just wanted to say that because that was brought up. So with that, thank you for allowing us to talk.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair is writing on the board over. And thank you for your report. We go on, turn the gavel over. We can allow another 5 minutes if you have additional information. It's just, we just have to let the time expire. Committee rules, we're given by a time structure. So I'm gonna go ahead and offer that to you. You guys want an additional 5 minutes
Sure, we may not take that long, but yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm gonna go ahead and grant that 5 minutes.
okay.
and,
All right.
Continue.
All right, thank you. So like I said, Joe, talking to the city of Page, they said they would give us a fire truck, which is a really neat in the community. So we are looking at, and they did say we needed to have a building. So I've been talking with our manager and saying, let's do something. And I think we're going to reach out to our delegate to help us to try to get that secured. If there's a fire here, we can do volunteers and get our volunteers here and get to the fire quicker than trying to wait on the city of Page. Ajin, if they have their own emergency, it will take a while for them to get here. So we're looking forward to that. And then when it is dedicated to us, when we're going to receive it, we will definitely invite all of you to come. We have the EMTs from Inscription House that do come, and they come and they've been coming 2 to 3 days a week. And we're very thankful for it. And they know that they're busy as well. And I'm sure they see it with the amount of calls they might have here. The Navajo PD, we have Rodney Slim, Officer Slim, that does stay here with us. Slim, and what did I say? Slim, Rodney Slim. And we do appreciate having the law enforcement here. We really do need the law enforcement. When the city of Page was here, they used to come and cover, like as incidents happen, they would come and at least take care of it until the law enforcement from Tuba came. And I do hope personally that the MOAs do come forth. We need to do, well, we're going to get a fire truck. So that's one of the things that we're going to have to work on, getting a building to and then EMTs, we're still hoping that that will go. I heard that we had possibly over there, but we don't know. So anyway, and then through with the clinic, they did ask us to put a helicopter pad. So when you see that map, you see that kind of triangle, that will be the helicopter pad, because they do need to fly, like if they need to fly people out, then it's right there. I don't like, again, like I said, we have water, we have power. And the talk of NGS, there's none right now. I mean, that would be nice. However, the clinic did say they wanted to have it closer because of the response time they needed. Madam Manager, would you have something to add?
Thank you, Law and Order Committee, Madam President and Vice Chair. This is, I'm Renee Sosi, the manager, just for people online to know, recognize. We are going to use the same floor plan as what they have at Twin Arrows. Years ago, we went there when I was playing secretary treasurer. We went with Jerry, who was our president, and Joanne was the vice president at the time. We were introduced, we got invited to an event at Twin Arrows. And so we went through, took a tour of the building, and I did reach out to Angie Cody, who was the LDA for Paul at one time, and she did get the information to me on the floor plans and the cost and the building and everything else. And we do have it, but I'm sure those plans are good plans. It's just the cost of it's going to be a little higher. We were anticipating of using ARPA funding to request, but we all know where that went. So let's just leave that one there. So now we have to solicit other funding to build this building. I do agree with our chapter officials here in reference to us securing a building. I know we do give services out to Kaibito. We are kind of like a hub, and realistically we are in a hub. because we give services. They run out to Kaibito, they run to Bitter Springs, they run to Gap and Copper Mine. So these are our surrounding chapters that we have to share one Navajo PD with. And they do drive out at a distance. And the housing, I think most of them live in the city of Page, which they do have housing, which we're lacking here in our community. So that's all I wanted to add to this. And thank you again.
Okay, thank you very much. Time expired. So, we deal with that. So just be mindful that committee level were subjected to certain meeting policy rules. So it's just not that it's not rude. It's just that there's just what the council has adopted, and those policies have not been changed yet. That's at an official law and order committee meeting. But if other meetings such as leadership meetings or work session pertaining to a certain area, those don't have time restriction. Till you get your point across and so forth, and you have the ears. Those are the times that don't have time restrictions. With that, we have a motion in place, and we have a second in place pertaining to this report for the report on 5A, the Chief Chapter officials regarding public safety and other matters related to the community of Chi. But before I go forth, I'm going to go ahead and throw the gavel back over to my left over here. To Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm like running around, trying to get everything set up. What I wanted to do actually was go live on my Facebook page to kind of show what I wrote out on the board there, which really is in regards to the public safety facility, but it's also kind of a general overview of what Law and Order Committee has been working on. And so at this time, what I'll do is I'll ask, are there any committee members who have any questions? If not, I can go ahead and go into explaining what I have there on the board.
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Adoso, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. One area is that I was looking at the map. I wanted to see the color version, and it's to the north. Look what you, the proposed Chi'i public safety complex. Number one, try to complete the land withdrawal first, because in Winter Rock, they're going to say, if council appropriates funds to it and there is no land withdrawal finalized and things like that, I think some delegates going to say, but they don't have this. Why should, if they don't have this, why should we allocate the dollars? And then the other thing too is that with the public safety planning for the complex, looking at the radius, you have the community of Copper Mine to the south. Then you have the community of Gap, and then you have the community of Kabuto. That determination of service radius, because you have the Tuba City Police Department, which covers Quebec, and probably the fire department too. But looking at the service boundaries and how could that be divvied up, and so that manpower is geared to this region with a certain amount of radius to provide that service, whether it's public safety, EMS, or fire. The other thing too is that I think the broader discussion is we have what we call a certain pot of funding that the committee could entertain. And that's to speak to the public safety proposal. And meaning not to piecemeal it, but how can we get all of that all into one? So you indicated that the site at Twin Arrows, we know that before the pandemic, that cost was about 4.2 million. And with the pandemic and the rise of construction, to fully construct it, it probably added another 20% to the cost of that of $4.2 million. Communities, this is what Tuba City did. The program will come over and say, I want this much land. And we're beginning to be landlocked in Tuba City. And what I would really like for you guys to propose is that, you know, in your land withdrawal, identify how much area they're actually gonna use. So you look at for instance, Tuba City Flea Market, where the judicial, or the Tuba City Juvenile Center is at. All that free open area on the backside, that's landlocked, held by the Navajo Nation courts, judicial branch. If things are planned, housing could go in there for public safety, or judges or prosecutors to house first responders. But the judicial branch there, courts, you know, so really gear that in your planning and zoning to see what the program's really going to use, because they're going way beyond to say, oh, we need this. And when they actually build something, it's this real small area. And I really look at those areas, have that dialogue, so that, you know, you have a formal community planning. Because you look at the site where Twin Arrows built those facilities, that public safety facility, I believe it's about 1.75 acres that's on that parcel of land that includes the parking lot and the building structure and to get onto the roadway. So so meaning if they're only going to use 1.75 acres, don't give them 10 acres. You know, unless if additional planning of housing is there. Because if you have that same facility at Twin Arrows, where it's, because Twin Arrows is designed to be somewhat of a substation. But in the future planning, if everything goes right with gaming, you have public safety, you have EMS, and you have fire safety on hand. Because by statute, they have to be 4 minutes away from the facility to have, those are some of the proposed economic development within the area. So those are there. The other is that what's going to come up is the O&M. Who's going to provide the O&M to the building, and how the legislation is structured on the funds. Is the Chi chapter going to allow the nation to go ahead and spearhead this thing and allow them to come up with the plan there with the dialogue of the chapter? Because the O&M part is the most important thing. I know that the volunteer fire department is a really good gesture, but when it comes down to the mother government giving chapters money, we all know how that is, and they make you guys jump through hoops in order for you guys to get your annual allocation, which you shouldn't be jumping through these hoops as a certified chapters. And or the mother government questioning you, chapter that. That's all they say. There's no show, hey, that they show that they're alternative form of government or certified chapter. You know, they don't have that. Oh, I don't know. They know that. That's one area that you really have to look at, because when you look at the facility at Twin Arrows, the O&M is high, especially if you get a fire apparatus. The O&M on that fire apparatus are required by state law to be maintained a certain way and certain things. I don't even taking apart the pump. It's mandated that the the pump in the fire station there, or in the fire, metal, and then put back together, so the I call them the inner organs are put back together so that they're functioning, or there's no clogs when they get tight. I didn't know this, and then I visit, and there the county was trying to get an agreement with the nation to bring up about $800,000 a year in cost share revenues. But the Navajo Nation at the time said, no, we're going to take it over. Instead of the Navajo Nation putting into the $800,000 cost share, now it's costing us over $1.6 million to operate 6 fire departments in San Juan County. And it would have been cheaper just to continue to work with the county and the nation paying $800,000 a year. And that was the fire stations in the New Mexico, San Juan counties. It would have been cheaper, and they were willing to work with the nation and provide fire safety then. And there, when we took over, that's when they said these are the requirements for the fire department. And we've been trying to ask the nation to do this and do that, and yeah, just anaka. Really look into that, because it really sounds easy, but the O&M and the requirements of those are needed. And then even with EMS, I really like to house them all in one area so that, you know, they're there when they're needed. And then even with public safety, and then because looking at the land structure here, that's something that you could look at proposed housing, and I'm sure that that could be inserted into the master planning of this proposed site, because one program you gave it to us. And then and then somewhere EMS come out, we need a site here, we need this here. But the idea is to get them into one area so that that way you have. The other is that what you need to look at is the fire hydrants. Indian Health Services build water line extension just to provide potable water. So if you look at the storage tank here, if you're gonna have to look at pressure, You just cannot go and build and say, oh, we're gonna tap the water line here and put a fire hydrant here. It works with pressure. If the pressure is not strong, you have to look at that side. And the planning at the zone, at the planning zoning level, all of those things really have to have to be a part of those discussions. And I really wish that community development would provide those tools for you. I come from a background of working with engineers and things like that. And a lot of it, that's the reason why cities build storage tanks that are ginormous so that it could provide that pressure when they need to directly tie into a fire pressure or a fire hydrant. Lease Sanders, what that? They got 6-inch pipe and they have real small tanks. Yeah, that the 24 feet. They're running for miles and miles, and if there's no fire hydrant and there's no way to and that community is affected by fires too. Bringing those experts, bring them in, because like I said, the mother government should be here providing that guidance for you. Then that's part of community development, and that's a program of community development. That's just some of my input coming from the background of the field of engineering. We did a bunch of water line extensions, work for Indian Health Service. And I really like the presentation, how it was provided, because the dreams are there and what you want for the community of Chi'i. I always say to the community of Cameron, all you need is a bank and a grocery store, and you will be weeded off of Tuba City. And they're like, what? What do you mean? Because they still go to Tuba City for banking. They still go to Tuba City for groceries. But they have a school, they have a health facility, they have gas station, things that make up a town. If they have a grocery store, they don't have to really run to Flagstaff no more or to Tuba City. They have that bank there. They don't have to run to Tuba City, Wells Fargo, or to the ATM at Hogan's. Even and I think that's the goal that you need to look at, because you're going to look at Head Start. I always look at the community of Pinion. That community was built backwards. Health facility. When you get there, police department is about 45 minutes away. Fire department is about 45 minutes away. If a fire should happen at Pinion School or Pinion Health Facility, so the fire department, a lot of those concept was not really thought through when that community was being planned. You have NHA unit there, you have all these general town opinion, but there's no public safety there, fire safety there. I go through towns, and those are just some of my thoughts. Thank you.
So I'm going to go over what we have in the back, because this, I think, gives everybody a really good idea. And we usually talk about this sector, so I'm just like draw things out for people. You can start your share if you guys want to. But you guys talked about the public safety facility. Right now, law and order committee, you've been working on that, and really in Maybe I should turn this on. Lorraine, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Lorraine?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Okay, I'm asking the people here in the chapter. I wrote out some stuff on the board over here to kind of just give them an overview of what we're talking about when we're talking about public safety facility and just kind of how everything is working, I guess, all together. So President Yazi Payochi, first, any public safety facility issues, it has to go through BIA Office of Justice Services. So when we talk about, you know, the replacement listing, that becomes important for every community that wants a public safety facility building. Because the first thing that we get asked, and I say we, is at the Navajo Nation, we get asked, is that facility on the replacement listing? And right now for Navajo Nation, we only have 2 facilities listed. We have the Winter Rock facility and the Shiprock facility. That's it. No substations, no smaller police stations. It's just those 2. And BIA got it wrong. So they have Winter Rock facility in Shiprock, New Mexico. And we told them that, no, those are 2 separate things. Winter Rock is in Arizona and Shiprock is in New Mexico. So right now it takes an average of 5 years to get onto this replacement listing. And the reason it takes that long is because BIA, first we have to submit a letter to tell them that, hey, we need a facility in this community. Then usually what they'll ask us, and it's kind of like all over the place, but they'll ask us, what is your data? Prove to us that you need that facility. That data includes your number of calls, your number of arrests, your detention, your prosecution, and then the cases that have gone through the court. All of this is a part of that data. So when we ask for a facility to be placed on that replacement listing, that's what they ask us. What is the data? So that's when we at Law and Order Committee, we start reaching out to police department, we start reaching out to prosecutor's office, to the judicial branch, and we tell them, start sharing your data with us. So then once we go through all of that, we make a case, then it takes them some time to decide. Once they make that decision, they come out to that community and they visit that community, BIA OJS. And then once they do that, then you might be listed. And so it does take a lot. And I learned this in 2019. So what Law and Order Committee did was when we went out to Washington, D.C., they told us what we have to do. So we invited them. In April of 2020, BIA Office of Justice Services was supposed to be on the Navajo Nation to tour the Navajo Nation so that we can get facilities on the replacement listing. But as many of you guys know, COVID hit, so we weren't able to do the touring. So right now we have sent them a listing, and that listing was given to them through a book that Law and Order Committee took out to Washington, D.C. the last time we were out there in February of 2020. We were like out there when COVID hit. I believe Delegate Paul Begay was out there with us at that time. Remember when we had TIBIC, everything just kind of went into shambles because of that. But we have to get this through TIBIC, the Tribal Interior Budget Council. Well, it works out perfect because who's the chair of Public Safety and Justice? I am. So what we did is we put that as an issue to say, hey, BIA, when you're looking at your budget, we need you to include the replacement listing. So that's the first one. So what BIA has been saying is Congress is not giving us enough money. And I believe this time around, they only got like 36 million to do replacement listing. That's not enough. Shiprock alone is 83 million. So what BIA came up with is there's a new program that's called the 105L Lease. We have been working with the Department of Justice to see if this is something that can be extended to public safety and justice. This is already in place for schools right now. So communities that need schools, the way that it works, the easiest way to describe the way that this lease works is BIA is saying, Navajo, if you build it, we'll lease it from you. We'll rent it from you. And we'll pay you as long as that building stands. And that actually would be a lot of money because that could come back to public safety and justice. So we are looking at that option. So we have been working with Department of Justice because BIA is saying you need to make sure that this language is included in your 638 contracts. So that's what we're working on right now. So that's number one, the facility replacement listing. So really what it comes down to is if we build it, they'll lease it from us. And there's two things that we have been working on at Law and Order Committee.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Before you go on to number two, just also on number one there, the replacement facilities right now, Winter Rock and Shiprock is on there. Winter Rock is on the first list and they come out every 6 years. And Shiprock is on the next round of replacement. So that that was what was presented to Congress or to BIA OJS. So we have two major facilities, and Madam Chair is correct that those are the hubs, but Navajo is big, and they need a substation by Yadahit. And it's just a vast area. Even though Tuba City has that, we have that police station there, but Atikote is still an issue. Those are areas that we're trying to address. But the thing about it is our contract, the amount of police officers that only allowed in the contract, even with Department of Corrections, with criminal investigation, and those numbers need to increase. And we've been constantly trying to work with BIA to increase those numbers because we're only allowed how many police officers through the contract? 240 officers to be employed with the current 638 contract. But with the size, the land base, and the population, so even now, there's a lot of moving components to that. So just so that you guys understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. You are right. So the 638 contract, you always hear that. This contract is anytime there is the federal government's responsibility to the Navajo Nation for any type of service, that service gets covered under 638 contract. So we have, Navajo Nation has 638 contracts with our healthcare, with education, with police department, with fire department, with prosecutors, judicial. So we do have those different 638 contracts. It's not one contract for the entire Navajo Nation. It's different contracts for different services with the Navajo Nation. So the first thing with the 105L lease, when they say, is that covered in your contract? What they mean is that language covered under 638 contract. So because this is a brand new program, we had to pull Navajo Nation Department of Justice in to say, hey, DOJ, start looking at that language. Is it included in our contract? Because if it is, Navajo, we could build. We could find the money to build, but then it's a question of, leasing. And part of that building is operation and maintenance. I did O&E. It's supposed to be operations and maintenance. I think the delegate so was talking about his O&E days. So operations and maintenance, what we usually refer to as O&M costs. Now, what we did was we were meeting with the chapters. And so one proposal that we put out there. So I guess let me step back. So this right here is one cost. This right here is another cost. And usually your operations and maintenance is 3 times what it costs to build it.
over the life of that building. So right now, when we had our work session, that question came up. Okay, so if we build it, then who's going to be responsible for the operations and maintenance? So one idea we said is, hey, chapters, would you guys be willing to cover the operations and maintenance? A lot of chapters said no, because that's an extra cost that chapters don't get funding for. And so what we were told during that time is we can build facilities, but if there's no operation and maintenance covered by BIA, it's going to go back to the chapter. And chapters, you cannot come to council and ask for extra money to cover your O&M costs for these facilities. And that was like a big thing for the delegates. We said, no, we can't do that. We can't put that extra added cost on for chapters. So that was an option. The other option was entering into this 105L lease. So you can enter into a 105L lease for the building, and you can enter into a 105L lease again for the O&M cost as well. But the way that it works out is we have to do the agreement separate. So this one here, we have been asking, DOJ, is that can we enter into the O&M costs, and everything comes back to the 638 contract. So we have been working on that. Right now, BIA covers 40% of their facilities. And that's where the size of a facility, we're taking that into consideration. Because I believe in January, I want to say it was like, gosh, do you remember what the square footage was for O&M? So they gave us the breakdown, and they said, right now we are paying X amount of money for each square foot. And it comes out to 40% of the cost. So if a facility is built and let's say it costs $100,000 for operations and maintenance a year, then they're only covering $40,000. So then the question becomes, where are we going to get that extra $60,000? And right now in council, one of the big things that we have been trying to address is the general funds. Where are we getting money back into the Navajo Nation that we can use? And we, as you know, we voted for the closure of the coal mines. I voted to close the coal mines. I will admit. I know that your delegate, advocated really hard to not close it. But I voted for it. And during that time, we said we were going to find something, and then COVID happened. So right now, Delegate Otto talks about this all the time. We're going to see a decrease in our general funds. And it's going to be a question of, I think in the 25th Navajo Nation Council, the upcoming council, it's going to be a question of who is going to get laid off because we're not bringing in general funds enough. We're seeing a shortage right now. So those are big things that we have to look at. So when we're talking about the general funds, we have to look at the operations and maintenance, because this money is going to go out. There's no money that's going to be coming back in. If we enter into a 105L lease, maybe we can bill BIA for it. So that's a big thing that we have to look at. And like I said, right now it's 40% covered, and we have to look at the size of the facility, which brings us to our third issue, manpower. So that's the big thing right now. Okay, so we build the building, right? Does that mean that we're going to have people who are going to be employed if we build it? And that's one of the big issues that we're having right now. We had a meeting with Chief Noon. As of 6 months ago, we had 120 patrol officers, 120. And we're supposed to only have 240. So we're already seeing a lack of manpower right now. And a lot of that is because a big part of that is our Navajo people who apply to be police officers, they can't pass the background check. If you have a domestic violence charge against you, you can't be an officer. You can't carry a handgun.
If you have any type of assault, battery, like really kind of basically any criminal charges that are brought against you, it makes it very difficult. Yeah, DUI is another one. So right now, when we're talking about manpower, we have been working with Chief Noon to ask him, how can we get more officers in? So right now we have 3 major ideas that are coming out, and then we're going to be working on that because it's going to require a legislative fix. Number 1 is, and right now, in order to become an officer on the Navajo Nation, you have to be, it's a minimum age of 21. Is that correct? So we want to lower that to 18. That way we can, right out of high school, we can get students to come in. And federal law, in order to carry a handgun as a police officer, I believe it's 18. You can carry a gun. So we're already saying that there's nothing federal, any federal laws that could deter us from doing that. Number 2 is we need to do sign-on bonuses. You're seeing that all around the surrounding communities of the Navajo Nation. If you become an officer, we'll pay you $5,000, we'll pay you $10,000. City of Albuquerque, what is it? 25,000 sign-on bonus? Couple of years ago, $25,000 sign-on bonuses to recruit new officers. So, and there's a nationwide shortage of police officers. So that's the second thing we're looking at. The third thing that we talked about, Chief Noon proposed this, is retaining our officers and also doing a bonus for them too. So that means we have current officers in the room. If we can find funding, we could pay them yearly a bonus for staying on the police force. Because when we're talking about manpower, some officers come in and then they see like maybe Paige is paying more. So they're going to go to where it's paying more. And that's what we're doing. How it's happening is we are losing our officers. So when we're talking about manpower, that becomes an issue when we're talking about the facility replacement, because remember, we have to prove to BIA OJS that we need these facilities. And part of that need is proving that we have the manpower available to be at these facilities. Otherwise, they just sit there. So it's like that fire truck that you guys are going to be getting. If you don't have people who can drive it or who can use it, it just sits there and it becomes useless to the community. The same thing with our buildings. If we build it, it just, and it just sits there, it becomes useless to the community. So we need that manpower, but then it falls back to data again. And then it falls back to all of this. Number of calls, number of arrests, number of detention, number of cases that have been prosecuted, and number of cases that have gone through the judicial process. Vice Chair?
The other thing too is talking about the useless apparatus in Tuba City. We have 2 other fire departments there, and their apparatus are useless now. That's the fire department that's sitting on the Secretary of Interior, Secretarial Order land. That's supposed to serve the fire safety for Tuba City Boarding School. That's absolutely obsolete. The one that's sitting at Gray Hills High School, right across the north side of the agency office, that blue building, there's a fire engine in there, and it's obsolete. Even there's no O&M on it and things like that. And now in Tuba City, the Tuba City Fire Department provides the fire safety all over. Even you should really think about how you guys do these things in your planning and zoning committee. As a certified chapter, I always say this: you can probably hire on contract out to an engineer to provide that expertise to you guys versus a chapter that's not certified, because they're subjected to Title II, and community development is supposed to be providing that expertise. And as a certified chapter, you could do that to provide the need, because that's what those cities do. City Page, Flagstaff, County, alcohol, even it's very, very, very it's generous that you get in a fire engine, but the O&M on it is really, really expensive. Go with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And then so then again, it goes to the data. And then the last thing that we always hear from public safety is housing. You know, we can hire officers in these rural areas, but it comes down to housing. We can't house them. We can't bring them in and, you know, and provide them any type of shelter. So a lot of people don't want to sign up to be police officers because if they get assigned to a different community outside of where they currently live, it becomes an issue. But all of that comes back down again to the data that BIA is asking for, because BIA, they provide housing right now for police officers. And in fact, Crown Point is getting housing right now for their public safety officers. And so we've been working with BIA on this. So, you know, when we're talking about the data, this all falls back to Title 17, which is the criminal code, which Law and Order Committee has been working on. With the criminal code right now, we know that it needs to be amended. A lot of that, it affects all of this here. It affects the, you know, the call, because our people, you know, they call and they say, hey, there's a crime being committed over here. Then it follows with an arrest. That means a police officer responds and then they arrest. But one of the issues that we're having here on the Navajo Nation is the law, every law across the Navajo Nation says that the officer either has to have witnessed the crime or they have to have witnesses in place who can testify that the crime took place. With our Navajo people, nobody wants to testify. So they'll call the police, a police report will be taken, and then nobody wants to come forward to testify. And we're seeing that right now with bootleggers. We're seeing it right now with people who are selling meth. We're seeing it in domestic violence cases. So our officers, they're responding. They're just not, you know, when it comes to the arrest and detention, that's where we're having a lot of issues. So again, you know, the arrest, Title 17 tells you what you can arrest for. And that's what my booklet here, I have this booklet here right now, our Title 17, our criminal laws. I carry this around with me all the time because when I meet with people, I take notes on the side to say this part needs to be improved. And that's what Law and Order Committee is doing right now, is we're amending Title 17. In addition to that, it covers our detention, which corrections should be on the line. So when once an arrest is made, the officers, you know, take them and then they get detained. One of the big issues a lot of communities are saying right now is it's just a revolving door. You know, people get arrested, they get taken into detention, and then they just walk right out. So we have been asking detention, why? Why are people just being released? Number one is there is a consent decree that has not been decided by the Supreme Court, the Navajo Nation Supreme Court. And we did ask them in 2019 to address that issue. Apparently, back in the 1980s, there was a person who was arrested. He contested and he said, yeah, I was arrested. I went to jail, but this jail is so old and it's so dilapidated. It's against my rights as a human to be put in this place right here because the facility is so old, it's leaking, it stinks. You know, we had old facilities. Now we have new facilities. So we're saying, Supreme Court, you guys, you know, we need to look at that case again. Then that way detention can keep people longer. We also have to change Title 17 because per Title 17, the longest a person can be incarcerated in detention is 36 hours. That's the longest. And that's only for family violence offenses. And so that comes back to the prosecution, our prosecutors. Our prosecutors, you know, they know Title 17, they know which law needs to be changed, and we did challenge them. And the acting chief prosecutor, Vernon Jackson, is on the line right now. We challenged them and we said, address the time in Title 17. How can we fix that? Because people need to be they need to be detained longer. We can't continue to have that revolving door. We gave them that opportunity to do it. And they presented us an idea, but after running it through police department and criminal investigations, we said, yeah, this is not what we were looking for. And so Delegate Eugene So said, you know what, I'll sponsor the legislation to amend it based on what prosecutor's office has given us, but that hasn't happened yet. Or as I'm saying, that's not good enough. We have the facilities in place right now. We should be detaining much longer, but I guess we're trying to address that right now. And that's working with the prosecutor's office, because one of the things as delegates that we face is we can come up with an idea to change the law, but if we don't have the detention, or if we don't, the department or the division backing us, we get laughed right out of council, because they'll say, how come they're not supporting you? Why, how come you don't have the support of PD? How come you don't have the support of detention? And that's where we don't get the votes. So we have to have that support with this whole process. And Department of Justice, a few months ago, they want to play politics. They said, we're not going to work with Law and Order Committee with this Title 17 amendment. And that was a decision that was made by the Attorney General. And so right now what we're saying is, okay, we're giving you guys the chance. And I've already told council delegates that right now, if we go forward with Title 17 and we don't have prosecutor's office behind us, it's their own fault. They have that chance right now to meet with us, to talk to us, but they're not wanting to do it. So it's going to fall back on the administration, on the Nasalizer administration, because now you have prosecutor's office who is not commenting on the amendments that need to be made. And it always happens as delegates, we see this until that legislation comes to council, that you have people getting in line saying, I object to it. No, that's wrong. No, that needs to be changed this way. But we're working on it right now. And one of the when we're talking about Title 17 amendment, right now, Delegate Eugene So dropped legislation right now, 3 strikes and you're out. It's going to be controversial, because if you get the first time, if you get in trouble with the law, you get prosecuted, it goes through the court, then what was the first offense? I know the second offense was you lose your license. And then the third offense with drug and alcohol, if you go get prosecuted and it goes through the court and it's your third time, you lose your Navajo CIB. And our Navajo people don't know what that's going to mean. And that is a big issue. And I can already tell people are going to be mad and they're going to say, that's not right. But your Navajo CIB, it's a right that you have. It also is an attachment to the resources that are available to you. So if you lose your Navajo CIB and you say, I don't care, I'm going to move to Phoenix, and you get sick, IHS is not going to give you any services. Your free medical care is gone. Your scholarships, your Indian scholarships, they're gone. So that is one of the, it's a drastic move, but we have to address our alcohol and then also our bootlegging and drug offenses. So that's part of that. And then the last thing, so that's part of that Title 17 amendment. And we're also including new laws in there. There is a legislation currently, I believe it was dropped. 24th Navajo Nation Council is going to have to decide on gay marriage. I don't know if Delegate So and Delegate Begay, if you knew that, but a legislation was dropped to recognize that. And the reason why Law and Order Committee, why we talked about it, is because there is in the federal law, there's called a hate law. And that means that if somebody commits a crime against you because you're gay or you're bisexual, it automatically becomes a federal offense. But because we don't recognize it in our Title 17, it's not a federal offense right now. So we have to, and then in order to recognize that federal offense, we have to recognize that our gay people have a right, and that right means being recognized by the Navajo Nation Code, and it means being recognized as having the right to be married. Because if we continue to not recognize those rights, we can't include it in Title 17. And we had a discussion with the Attorney General of the United States to talk about that. There's also another law that's going to be put in place that's going to be concerning animals. If you use an animal to keep an individual in a relationship, it's going to be an offense. There is a story that I share with people all the time about a man who held on to his girlfriend's chihuahua for 3 days and told her if she left, he would kill the dog. And she didn't want to leave because, as I'm sure some of you have animals that you that are a part of your life, you consider it to be part of your family. So she finally called his bluff and she said, okay, fine, kill it. And she was getting ready to walk out the door. That man snapped the chihuahua's neck and threw the chihuahua at her. And then went and he beat her. He beat her so severe that she couldn't even walk into my office when it came time to prosecute. And when we took it to the judge said, well, we don't recognize animals. So like the death of the chihuahua, like that's something different, you know. But what she told the judge is, I stayed there for 3 days, judge, because I thought he was going to kill my dog. And the judge said, you could have left at any time. I mean, it was a dog. We don't recognize a dog as being part of a family. So he didn't get, you know, the jail time wasn't as much because of that. So just things like that we're adding into Title 17 that we currently don't recognize. The last thing I will state is you're on the list right now, Lease chapter, thanks to your council delegate. You are on the list for a substation. That substation is, what is the square footage? I think it's 14,000 square footage. This is the same blueprint from Twin Arrows. And it's really frustrating, but Navajo Nation, when we build things, we don't buy the blueprint. It's so frustrating because when we're talking about the facility replacement, you know, when I first became chair of Law and Order Committee, I said, what about what's in Crown Point and Tuba City? Can't we just build that in Shiprock? And they said, no, we don't own the blueprints for it. So I thought, oh my gosh, so then we have to pay a, you know, architect firm to design a new building. With this one here, the Twin Arrows substation, we own the blueprints. Actually, gaming owns the blueprints, and as a gift to the Law and Order Committee, they gave it to the Law and Order Committee and said, if you guys want to use it, you guys can have it. 1,400 square feet, and the cost to build is 8.7 million, which is, what's that? Today's cost after COVID. It used to be 4.7. But because of COVID, because of inflation, it's gone up to it's 8.7, right? 8.7 million. And so right now, what we have been doing at Law and Order Committee is we went back and we looked at, you know, the recommendations for the replacement listing, but we also have a list that we put together that we took to Washington, D.C. And any of those projects that are 95% complete, those are the recommendations that we're putting forward. So unfortunately, Lease, the last update that we got was you guys are not 95% complete. So right now we're looking at a bond. In 2015, a public safety and justice bond was passed by the 23rd Navajo Nation Council. And they said, well, you guys have been making your payments on time. I think we're down to like 30 million. And that's when they said, okay, you guys could extend your bond, because we didn't get no money from infrastructure and we didn't get no money from ARPA.
But our bond right now, the amount that they gave us, if we were to do the entire facility replacement for all entire Navajo Nation, it's over 500 million. We're not going to get 500 million with our bond. If anything, we're looking at maybe 175 million. So we're only going to address 3 substations. And I believe this substation, I'm not gonna say which one because it's got to get approved first. Okay, if I say it now, then they're gonna say, oh, you already said it. So that's what we're looking at. So part of this building this is not only, as Delegate Otto so said, doing the land withdrawal, but we also need a chapter resolution saying that your chapter is accepting it. And I say that because my chapter, Shiprock, they said we don't want it. So instead of an $8.7 million substation, they want a $36 million substation. And I just said, okay, good luck with that. I'm not going to look for money for that because you have the opportunity right now to get a substation that's going to meet the needs of the community. And where after COVID right now, we don't have that luxury to say, this is what I want. It's about need. It's not about want. So we need that chapter resolution saying that you want to accept it. Then the third thing that we need is we need you guys to work with NTUA on the capacity, because council, we've been approving a lot of projects, and then we find out NTUA, can't extend the water line, or they can't extend the electricity, or it's in an area where you can't get broadband. And then those projects come back to council, and then they say, we need more money for electricity, for water, for broadband. So that's why we're saying you have to work with NTUA ahead of time to make sure that the location that you selected is a location that the water line can be extended. And we need that cost included in this project here. So if it's going to cost $4 million to extend that water line, that has to be part of your chapter resolution. If it's going to cost no money for electricity, then put it in there. If it's going to cost a brand new, what do you call it? The big towers, in order for you to get broadband, we need to know that. So when we're talking about building a facility, those are things that we have to consider. So the reason why I'm showing you all of this is because now you guys can kind of see how this all is fitting together and what we have been doing for that Law and Order Committee. And I will say that we took probably a 1.5 year break. I don't want to say break because we were really dealing with COVID, not only for the Navajo Nation, but in our communities. So all of this at the federal level, it didn't matter. So now they're barely coming back. Now the federal government, BIA, barely opened. They're opened only for teleconference, but to delegates, they've been opening the door. And so we've been meeting with them to say, hey, remember in 2019, this is where we left off. And so we've been picking that back up again. So this is just kind of a rundown when we're talking about public safety facility, when we're talking about, the crimes that have been committed in this community, what needs to happen. The other thing that I didn't include on this is what Delegate Otto So was talking about with the taxes. That's another thing that we've been looking at is where can we pull money? And we had a meeting with Chief Noon 2 weeks ago. And, we're talking about the sign-on bonus, the retention bonus. We're also talking about how do we increase funding, for manpower? How can we get our salaries up there? And I can say honestly that my disappointment with the Nez Leiser administration is that they never told us when this contract was coming up for negotiation. So no council delegate was told that. And then we found out that we are the ones who are supposed to be negotiating this. And instead, last year in December, DOJ said, hey, you guys need to pass this. It's a 638 contract. And I believe we signed it for 5 years. So now we gave that up. And that's why BIA keeps coming back saying, you guys want to increase salary? You guys had the chance to do it when you guys were negotiating your 638 contracts. But I can tell you right now,
that the Law and Order Committee for the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we were never told, as well as Indian Health Services, the committee that Delegate Paul Begay sits on, we were never told when it was time to negotiate these contracts. So we missed out. And now it affects the entire Navajo Nation. So that's where we're at. That's what's been going on. This is the work that we've been doing. And when we go to advocate and when we have our committee meetings, we're collecting that data. And we're saying, now we can say, we met with Lease chapter. They're ready for their facility. And that's like part of this whole thing that we've been working on. So that's why I always tell people, it's not easy to just build a police department. It's not easy to just build a substation, because everything comes back to the money part of it. And then we also need them to give us the approval. And that's what we've been working on. Any questions? If there's no, well, let's do this. There's lunch that's ready to go. Delegate Paul Begay, do you want to say something about the lunch? Go get her, go get her. And then we'll go ahead and we'll start. The Vice Chair. Is your mic on?
With these facilities that are being proposed, when you look at the communities throughout the Navajo Nation, almost every chapter wants one. And I think the dialogue should be, how can you partner with your neighboring chapter? And it's just the cost of this is going up each year. When I got into the 23rd Council with the approval of the permit trust fund dollars, the monies that we gave to gaming was 4.6 million. Actually, we gave them 5 million. 5 million baht, that's what we appropriated. So now that cost is 8.4, it's doubled. Inflation, the broader planning, I think, at the local level, really need to reach out to your neighboring chapters. And I always say this at Tuba City, because we're District 3 and we have 4 chapters. Tuba City this, Tuba City that, but it comes down to that, you know, hey, you're a neighboring chapter, work with us. And at times, you know, I have to be that mediator. And how do we get these chapters to work with each other so that, you know, the greater need is what Madam Chair talked about is service, the direct service to be provided. You know, dialogue around those areas of how you could work with Kabato, how you could work with GAP, because you're getting a school down there. You have a school there and you're getting a health facility there. GAP is growing. Adon, that you have Chi here and you have members that live here in Page. How do you come together to try to provide that service for the general Navajo when the that's a bigger thing. I know chapters. Oh no, I didn't. Oh, and this is to see that. So I always say that. I say, was one thing that brought you to Tuba City is the former Bennett Freeze. You couldn't build a home where your home was at because you're in the Bennett Freeze. Tuba City didn't also care that so and I did here. So nado na nishtahalo get okay. So you wanted that neither. Thank you for building Tuba City the way it is in this. I did not Tuba City about that when it's on. You're not here. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Delegate Paul Begay, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you because you have a special guest right now. So you have the floor. Make sure you talk into the mic.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Honorable Delegates. So members of the Health and Education, oh, I'm sorry, that's a member, I'm a member of that one. This is Law and Order. Okay, I don't see what she does to me. Last night, I was watching the University of Arizona game. 20 seconds and the Wildcats were behind. I was close to a heart attack. I was wiping my tears. I wasn't wiping my tears because they were behind by 3 points. It was because of the onions coming out of the kitchen. His chair, including the chapter manager, they were fixing the lunch you're going to enjoy today. So just wanted to bring her and introduce her to you. It's my wife, First Lady of Northwest corner of the Navajo Nation. I'll have her introduce herself, Cindy Begay.
Okay, Yate Hanlofto, thank you for being here and coming to see us on this part of the reservation. I used to work for Head Start for many years, and we lived the furthest, and we always had to travel to Tuba City. We had to travel to Chianti, but they hardly came here, but we did all the traveling out that way. So I know what you guys all go through because I had a taste of the Navajo Nation. But my name is Cindy Begay. I'm originally from Coppermine. Bashagede Nashado, Bipatoninchla. This is Fanam Bashichindo, Sitnajini Shichedo, Kiani, the Chanela. And we lived in Page for 35 years. So, but we're members of the Coppermine chapter. So we've done our share, I think, helping all the communities out here. And it's been a joy. Yeah, we put in a lot of service with this area. And I do like helping my people. So it's because of him too. We've done a lot of work for all the communities. So that's who I am. Thank you.
And also last year, the year before, she's responsible for delivering wood and water to a lot of these people here in Lechi, Kaibito, anywhere they want to go. If they meet somebody at the flea market, they want chish, they get the address where they live, and that's where she and her family have been delivering wood and during the winter time, water though, and it's still doing that today. We even went as far as buying a trailer. We bought 2 trailers, and we bought a wood splitter so that they can get a lot of the quantity of the wood that they can be collected, so that we can take it out to wherever is needed. So she's a very good service provider also. And she does that just basically because she thinks that's part of her job too, because I'm a delegate representing this area. So I really appreciate what she does and her family also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. And thank you, First Lady of the Western Agency. Thank you for being here. I just really quickly, so when we go to Shiprock, that's what they call my husband, the first man of Shiprock. He kind of laughs it off, but he's like, I don't like it when they call me that. But anyway, so if you, I guess, how do you want us? Do you want to serve us, or do you want us to get in line to pick up? Okay, so if everybody wants to have a seat, then we can just have a working lunch as we eat. If you want to come up against the table, you're welcome to do that as well, as we have our discussions on the public safety facility, and then also the needs of Page as well. And then while we're getting served, I do want to say that I think that a lot of people don't know that, as council delegates, our spouse, they take up a lot of that responsibility. And then they also, they do a lot of work because we're delegates. And just to be clear, they don't get paid. And so I make that very clear, because on the weekends, my husband works 40 to 50 hours a week. And then on the weekends, I sign him up for, chopping woods or hauling coal. And it's just a part of being a council delegate. So thank you, Ms. Begay, for the food and for helping us here. Okay, so going back to what we're talking about. So with the Lechi chapter, you guys are on the list for a substation. But we do need those documents in place in terms of, working with NTUA and then also your land, withdrawal, as well as your chapter resolution. And then we need a total cost of the facility, because we get chapters who are saying, we're ready. And then we get out there and then we find out that NTUA hasn't even been consulted, or that there's not enough water in the community to be able to build a facility there. So that's where we're at. And again, if you guys have any questions, if not, what we can do is we can go ahead and, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yate. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Vice President, Aro Shinatani, Dos Slash, or Delegate Paul Begay, Aro in the chapter officials, Madam President, Madam Secretary Treasurer, Madam Vice President, Aro in the people that are here, public service officers. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. My name is Jerry Williams. I vote in Leche, but actually from Cal Spring, Shanto area. I migrated out here like everybody else. Delegates, so in the need, I migrated out here about 38, 40 years ago from Shanto, Cal Spring area. And I'm also the LDA for Delegate Paul Begay. But I kind of want to take my hat off and speak as a community member. I've been here, like I said, about 38 years. Most of the community, I think last time we counted the people was we had like a little over 2,000 people here in Leche. Although we only have like 800 and something registered voters, maybe a little bit more. So 1,000 out of like 2,200 people. And a lot of people, we all migrated from different areas. And a lot of them go back and vote in their own chapters. So that's why we kind of, as far as registered voters, we're only about 1,000, but we're a bigger community than that. But one thing that I noticed here is the water lines. The water lines here in the community is so old that the water lines are starting to break. And the water line coming from Page, coming up this way into the community is only 4 inches, 4-inch water line. And once it comes in, comes this way. And every house is started branching out on Lane. So by the time it reaches these people up here on the south side, sometimes during the winter time, during the summertime, they kind of lose pressure, water pressure. So that's one of the things that I think the community needs to look at, and how they can fix that water line. Instead of the water coming in and going to this tank over here and then coming down, it's just coming in and everything's branching off. And like I said, it's kind of getting old, needs to be looked at. And also these fire hydrants, you see there's some fire hydrants in the community and none of them work. They never been, I don't think they've never been tested. These, like the city of, I live in Page. In Page, they test them quarterly, every 4 months, every 3 to 4 months, they test these fire hydrants. That's per code. So could you, with the 4-inch line and these fire hydrants, like I said, they've never been tested. They're just sitting there. That's probably needs to be looked at. So they've been, there's some of the things that I'm hoping that the planning and zoning, I think they're looking at some of these things. And then also the chapter officials, I know Joanne's aware of some of these things. And Renee's been a chapter official before, so she kind of knows what is what around here. And then Joanne brought up that there's 2 houses that burned down. We need to somehow educate people on buying insurance for their homes. Buy insurance for your house, for your trailers, and a bagel, that way you have something. When something happens, you can claim that. I think the majority of the houses here in Lechi, they don't have insurance. So I know there's some JUA house in Netherlands from way back, and one of them burned down a while back. Not really burned down, but half of the house burned down. The structure was still up, but the inside is gone. And the chapter helped the elderly, the grandma and her grandson, worked on that house and the best they could inside out. So I think they're in a better condition because they had a hole in the roof and all they had was a tarp over it. And then they had a tarp sitting on the Napalo. They're living on the other side where it's a little bit better living condition. That's where they were living at. They lived like that for about 3-4 years. During the winter time, they didn't have no electricity. They didn't have no water, but they still managed. So, and I just want to let you guys know that these are some things that I think will tie all into the public service building. And when I talked to Mary West, and I'm glad you brought that up about the blueprints. And the blueprints that she has, it can be shortened up. Or it can make it small, make it to work what you want. And she had offered that to Lechi a while back, to community in Khadish. And one thing that I want to mention is Antelope Point Marina, they had a phase 1, phase 2. And in their phase 2, I think they had to build a public safety building. They had some money earmarked for it, but I think they had to utilize that. I think like $2.4 million or something. So, but I think they use it on their campground. So, I just want to bring some things up and let you guys know that some of the problems with the water, with the fire hydrants and some stuff that I want to let you guys know. And then one thing I always say is NGS, Joanne brought it up, and there was 2 brand new fire trucks, 1 brand new ambulance, and there was, I think, like 60 to 70 turnout gears for firefighters. They were state of the art. They were all sitting there. And when SRP left, I talked to people that I know and say, hey, can you guys go after the fire trucks, after the ambulance, after the turnout gears? And I don't know what happened to them. I think 1 fire truck is still out there. So we lost out on that. And one thing that I tell people is they have the best internet service still out there at NGS. Why can't Navajo Nation get that? It's still there. And SRP brought it in from Utah. SRP paid for it. And it's still there. And we might be able to tap into that. So these are just some things, some concerns from my end. And yeah, thank you for giving me the time to bring some issues. So yeah, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much for participating as a community member and on also sharing some information on what's available out there. So in terms of President Yazi Payochi, based on the presentation that you've given today, and then also what Vice Chair Otto So has talked about, and then what I covered there on the whiteboard, do you have any questions or anything else that you would like to add that we can answer at this time?
I don't have questions, but I'm just going to say, wow, all the things that we have to do in this community, Chunli. And thank you for sharing that, because that really does open our eyes to the step that's going to take. To kind of give us an idea what it's going to involve. And exciting to know that we are on the list, but of course it's going to take time. One of the things that I'm trying to do, I've been trying to get our committee to get on, is that we need to start collecting local taxes. And I think that, and then when we do the taxes, we can try to put, we will definitely put public safety as an issue to put that. I know when Jerry was in office, we had talked about it and we had even passed a resolution. Otto, then you know how you're hearing now that like you have to pass by over 50% vote. Shahan, no, Chinley ran into that. I know Otto, you guys were able to pass yours. Nikitoti, with the kind of things opening up, we need to start planning some public hearings as a community. No. And just like everybody else, the pandemic just really hit us and it put a lot of things on hold. Oh, it really hurt us. But then we're not the only ones. It hit worldwide, right? All I can say is we're thankful that we're still here today. Nicole, thank you for the eye-opening. We know we have a lot of work to do. We have things to do, and that, we'll have to work with the PD as well. So, yeah, that's all I wanted to say. And then we have at least some knowledge about it. Otto, Paul, thank you for continuing to support us. And Aro and Hido Nedo Akudan Hitrananda, Akujo Hassan the Neso, Akudan Hitranda, Yat and Danil Seo. Akwashi, Ide, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you for that, President Yazi Payochi. We have been sharing this information with other chapters when we get invited out. We talk about this. We talk really, in terms of the requests that have been coming in for chapters. A lot of it really falls down to funding. And again, working with Chief Noon, we identified some possible ways to do recruitment and then also retention, and then some changes that need to be made to the law. And in fact, next week, or is it 2 weeks, we'll be meeting to talk about the budget, because one thing that Chief Noon, pointed out to us is the need for a helicopter. And he justified, that need. And, so as chairwoman, I said, I support it. I can't speak on behalf of the committee, but it is something that we can try to include in the budget. So we're going to be meeting about the budget and how we can, help with manpower and then also help with the equipment. So we do have a meeting scheduled on that. But we have been working together. And then, like I said, I think that a lot of Navajo people think that it's just really easy. that, you just throw money to the issue and then everything is going to go away. But we have to make sure that all of these things are in place before we, start putting money towards it. And that's what we're running into, I think, with 24th Navajo Nation Council is we have approved projects. And some of those projects have come back to say, oh, we don't have enough water, or we don't have, broadband doesn't cover that area, which is why we have been pushing to make sure that you're working with NTUA, when we're talking about these projects being ready. With the bond, we will have about 60 to 90 days once the bond is issued to start construction. That's why we're only looking at those projects that are 95% complete. And the reason for that is because the cost of inflation is going up and we cannot just let money sit there. Right now, I don't think any delegate can honestly say that their whole citizen has been completed. We have gotten 4, you guys know that at the chapter level, there's all that money that's still sitting there, and we've been asking what's going on, why is it still sitting there, what is the holdup? But we cannot afford to do that with these facilities. Once that money is issued, then there's only going to be 60 to 90 days to actually start construction, because each of those projects have reported to say, we are ready. If you give us the money today, we're going to start building tomorrow. And because of the inflation, because it keeps rising, we can't afford to just let that money just sit there and projects not be completed. But we'll be working hopefully with the 25th, if we get reelected, we know where to pick up at. If we don't get reelected, then we can at least leave a good, map before where we're at and what has been done. And hopefully they'll just be able to pick up and then help you guys, with getting everything in order. And maybe at that time, maybe we'll have a little bit more money, but right now we're facing was it $35 million shortfall right now with NGS closure. And we still haven't got the numbers back of how COVID has affected us. Thankfully, we thought it was going to hit us this year, but it didn't. I think it's going to hit during 25th. And that's where Delegate Otto keeps saying, who are we going to lay off? Which divisions and departments are we going to have to close? Because I think that's going to be the big thing that 25th is going to have to decide. So with that, committee members, we do have a motion and a second on this report. A motion made by Honorable Vice Chair Otto, second by Honorable Vince James. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Vice Chair Otto, the floor is yours.
It's a comment. Being in this position and looking at the tribal government from the view from the legislative branch, and looking at a lot of the chapters that are wanting to get out there and work. You have some chapters that is not aggressive enough. There's some they're not aggressive enough because of the current policies that are in place that governs them. And I think all the chapters are able to operate at this level. But tribal policy, this is, you look at how Congress appropriate monies down. They don't say, oh, we're gonna appropriate this money for this community, for this community, for this community. They just appropriate money as abroad. Say this is for public safety buildings. This is for public safety buildings in Indian country. This is money for broadbands for the states, and allow a lot of the local decisions to happen at the local level. And that's why I always say the world only revolves in Wonder Rock. And people are ready here. If we give the full reins to the chapters to run, for instance, my chapter has the Tibisi Senior Citizen Bill. It's fully funded. Wonder Rock, peso. But Winter Rock is still holding on to it. Ako, it's been 5 years but that's what I'm referring to. And I think you as chapters, you guys, I think you at the local level, the chapter level, need to voice that and band together to send a message to Winter Rock. Because you can send a message through Title 26, through your resolutions, to say, hey, we don't like this. Chapter, and if they work through their Title 26, I'm sure they can send a message to the mother government to say, we want you to change the structure of how the fundings come down the pipeline. And that will affect a lot of these projects, whether it's public safety, whether it's health, whether it's other area that provides direct services. Oh, on this is not, and this is just my observation for 7 years. And I wish we could change it in that way, because you, the Navajo people, run the government. Whether it's through 638 contract, it's not based off of us elected officials. The advocacy is there. It's not based off of the president saying, oh, I have this. You as a Navajo citizen, that's how ARPA happened. It's based off of the Navajo population, not leadership. And the, what do you call it? The hardship is not in Winter Rock. Hardship is here. Ako peso aasin nilo tenzin sao sangi. Ako open na just wanted to gear that message towards it and having us think about it, because I think you are up there and you can move. Chapter with that. I don't get interfere in their business, because they have their own rules.
I try to interfere in my chapter, but I'm just told no. It's so funny because we always compare about chapters. So I will say that my chapter gets treated like a certified chapter. They get to do like whatever they want. And it's really interesting because you guys are certified and you guys are told no. So Vice Chair and I always have conversations about that. Like, oh, well, my chapter is allowed to do that. Like nobody brings up any issues, you know, so it's kind of interesting the way that the whole chapter, my chapter is non-certified. My chapter is non-certified, yeah. And so, but a lot of what you guys are doing with certified, my chapter is doing it, and it's not an issue. That's why I always say, no, we're not certified. That's not up to us, you know, but government development just keeps saying, well, you just need to stay out of it. So I'm like, okay, I'll stay out of it. But it's kind of interesting the way that the chapters are all treated differently. We do have a motion and a second established. Delegate Vince James, Delegate Eugene So, do you guys have any questions at this time based on the report that has been provided and then our feedback on what the Law and Order Committee has?
This is Delegate James. I have no questions.
Delegate Vince James, you said you have no questions?
Yes, no question.
Delegate Eugene So, do you have any questions?
I don't have any question, but I'm trying to figure out what you guys are doing. So, can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, Awadita.
All through the meeting. He didn't have for experience on the own. I see the it نهوت إيه خسباحزن هذا كريدة ونخا هنا خسباحزن الليلة هذا سينات أنا خد اللي I don't know you go forward. I thought it all خيي division directors and the توجهون that is that there's than 4 or 5 of them that's it in dalness at ani ingi e yanalness at ani shinto yo alle ya is cut and the ne yo the ne yi hon so you do this in you know see bills for the people but all season ox adni ya just it ho ko e ya at ani hollo Zako ba ako ni zina wade kadesa ho enni alda tani asi is agito no in ni Aido bena khaido ya khwatla Ashi ni o in this day and age people are running fast but aba olta but credit education has a nigga day yan an has in the la what are this is the way I observe it and mainly not the part where the grade nakasa of which they space in the hat is a basic content is to Korea hat is con I forced is con con to yan de la yan de click but going to the case go add a tragedy yard or tragedy zago a I need a hotel in Holland but there are people out there still like that I think about was that other Sundance card le better ata last night lada pende kade asked the credit that is all yeah but trade has the very I think it's not what but that is how I saw na lo it actually had na I don't I'm not I thought actually the cheat is stay better and they not a clean day that this is tree this that Nasi kasatan na pala na very single the kasan pala and then this sas say that asiyana kek here I care on it fishing hot an halo iban sis whenever the hot is asin so DB get hot is ado ya and the pay kate na ado it is ya net ado to ya yi kai ado de $3 to add in so cost na halam but in a so add in the AD housing right in the open as it khasna please kanda CPA school as in ado 10 days in ado ISS it is a lot up pepe da halla Bita e aro tin da ginda sida so hat ai lai kon I hinna so all these things started going the KDPI ho one in the creasing e bit aro e na han how long do you know what all the problems with it e kat agwa e ya ti se sa sin da hi se dazzling aro ho one na and ready penna go rich and lead when I say hasna do even the 50s hoste the bebet shit but na cause on this take but I hoya aro but aro e khida e ya dilia la crag aro trust the relation on bakai keep it tag ho ya crag ke ho ke do da la say yeah this no I think it says that out of the school, so the nest, other things starts coming in. But added that, but no, added not your added all the government and then the schools. I don't know if card that's or but no, when each hobby had a young and it does only leftovers that isn't that your that for even now, but hot. Elon here the whole. I don't see big because it is in the cat zone up on another car. Elo da fetch another. Now, bar of it in Bahana, another car. It's in here the whole. And that's how the development came about. What I don't think they were ready for it. I don't sewer don't hunt and top about me all day. We got 1, 2, 3, about 4 times the sewer in Alia. Now the latest ones on the north side. The NTUA and other entities came about, and then the school came about. The state net school in other boarding school there in the mini farms. Other in the state high school that AI development. A lot more housing authority based on it in the ones are not days. Because these problems, yeah, the crime develop. Radio chong either do it only data and link has argue. Oh, ask when the NC has done the rain argue. We got hospital, auto signed by the we got 2 colleges, we got a university, we got high school, other Christian elementary schools in it. But we got NTA, we got the bank, we got badges right there, a little a palace, a plaza. We got the police department, we got correction, we got academy, we got district court. That everything in a hard time. They're all crimes which won't develop. It's a Copenhagen question that's also large and that's all. And this maybe has any like so even yeah, not any that's also this name. Maybe has any first AD because crime or the when is because police overcame he on has il anahadden kids are in the crime business, and then we've got other kids that are in the policemen or women, so they're fighting one another in Hadden. It's in the old was like a race on the Navajo Nation, and all our hospitals are just like clinics. Clinics say that now they all refer everybody off the reservation for other serious injuries, serious surgeries that needs to be done. And then we got clinics all over the place. Police department and Australia and the house. On the net. Are the AE cost is where we are now. So in Finley we can't go out at night no more. The gangs are controlling the Navajo Nation. And alcoholism, I don't think that we got bootlegging, they got drugs. But it has a Navajo Nation. So it's Finley what I develop it's so that's where we're at now. We haven't even started, we haven't turned around the crime yet. It's just growing as we grow with it. So what started this? Hard like I don't eat yard. It's by basically no. So in such a case, in this need doesn't your London, doesn't do your case London, and late it's let's send that car to housing to your age. Late my son Asahan the house. I don't know not send that. That needs car in that dancing in the whole. Emotional growth is very important. We have forgotten that part with our younger generation. As Christians in that our gate, they need cost enough. At 18, the heart of secure that needs these. It's because these shift out at in sheet now. But our father are be honey zada. Lady, my son, your mother, and dancing tina baby kid, they go. Regards to natural resource also. 8 art in the internet that's about that. For in that not force be book be had the but not but the garment is nonsense. Since she's done some side. So a lot of bars and that no is 3 sons that are in the internet and from all the things. About when you some models say that the other system does not. I would have been really been picking up a lot of things in science when I was going to school. Even as a spouse and hello, a change hello, I took my schooling with it. But I know long so we did forget something. So as long as we're going to go where we're at and just keep going forward and never trying to think about the past and try to know what started all this. We're in divisive now. It's a cut. Because of permits and leases. 8 أسعد نبستي نقد وخد أربن بالغان لين شخلنا. إسكتايد نبند خشين شخص تصيد أكيد يجتاز إن خات شيء وخد أربو جاي تحتيش توصل بعد هنيتين سا. الأنلاس بباب بعض الجانا الكادو بباب تشاقل هذا أنت بتبيجه بتساعي خبتشاقل هذا بتشيء أون خالص. ناسو تين اللي هشتغل اللي خاشين هذا اللي شتوه تشو إيدي لو كنتو كي خاشين خالص تبصاني إلا إيدي لو كنتو كي كنت نا تنلقى بعضهم الزين أخوت اللي أهيبك هذا غير نات نيسكت إسكان إكوتونانا أنا غير نانا نسكاري إيدو خشنا تو نيكز إكزندن نسكت they have respect. They teach respect for their young kids. In that, I not card and shade. I not card. But just look about the they were teaching a lot of emotion. Teaching I learned sheep is life. A pepe in not materialistically. But I should get these so all these developments in the small growing chapters, and we need to really understand what would result in 10 to 20 in the 7th generation. You don't, if you don't want that, you have to really plan in that regards. We never did on the Navajo Nation, and we never did in the United States, and we never did in the world now. What's going on is that's what's happening out there. It's 10 years now. Even though they're 30 or 40, 50 or even 60 years old, they still act like little kids. So that's what results that brought this result, because we have forgot the way we're supposed to live in emotional, spiritual, and physical life, growth, all in harmony. Need dance, it's a Masania, Artistano, Sato. The emotion is, you'll not see each other. It's our end of hunting. You'll not show the house in Katin, Nakawayo, let the hitches all this. It's 10 years not long. You need to grow up. Those are all about it. That's what we forgot in the communities. It starts from the family and then goes into the community as chapters. We need to understand that in order for us to, prevent crime, the big upon us, the need to see it end is all in everybody's home. I'm not saying 100%, so you don't know how to parent. You don't just need under. Just really think about it. If you go and think about it, you'll really see it in real good colors. What I'm saying. Right now, we're way deep into it. I don't know if we're ever going to get out of it, but we're deep inside now. A lot of kids that have doctor's degree, they don't know where they belong. They don't know where they came from, but they're smart. How you know that they're smart? Like a 5-year-old great-grandson, he's beginning to understand those wind turbines. That makes it worse. 5 years old. I think that's how smart we are. But we can be smart with our own emotional growth. Go back into the physical and the emotional and the physical growth all together again. But it might be only in one family, because everybody's family, we raise warriors. When we say we raise warriors, we mean to fight against negativeness. They all yet each in zing. I don't need zing. The need is cannot be the has net the need that. What means positive harmony. AI no hojon or shadow little net. Hojon at in another at in some case. What I done she got the whole so we don't live that way no more. We try to live in the Western world, but it don't really work for us. We might be educated and we might be making money, but now we don't have money on the reservation out of that based on not or that. But on the hard so what can we do? So I thought I read on chapter they need later. Didn't get any chapter, Joe. The certified chapter, they don't deal with me. They know what and how long it's on. They run from there to whatever their project is, all the way to the office of the president, and from the office of the president to the division directors. In there, DOJ, we call another one. But as such a different line, more like a confederacy, confederalism, a type of a government. As such, I don't as such that I catch any. It's just like between the wars of the states, Confederate states didn't want to be part of the United States. So this government has our local governments act certified chapter the Argon Hall is just so now that the IOS and the Hatat so could have message and later, but Shada is not art upon a Shada. So our government is different. We are divided. Again, the lady government alone a hard time of waiting out Sunday. We take our oath and then we go into the chambers and all the a lot of limitations. We're all limited to a certain area. So in Paul, as to what's not being this shit and then AI. But each chapter has natural resource. Each chapter needs police department. Each chapter needs this and that. That's why the council target should be there for that chapter, for everything that's going on in that chapter to talk for in each division and with the controller, so everybody knows where the money is. But has only done and I don't what either. As on the street as on the Tapinica. But and so also the online is auto the government said they not that's a one many of what has that's the kind of a government it is by these oversight committees. It's ain't the top or congressman that has had nonsense. We're trying to imitate some other governments, but just to be recognized. Seems that sometimes, when our government is one thing is to help the people that are down there and later those are the people we're supposed to be for. Those are the people that elected us. Those are the people we should be taking care of things for. Todo sweet so hold on you said about your bag of in the house onsen hasn't but other onsen just case even the auto family 1 million 100 and something million unallocated remember to be thought 30 houses be thought one baby card but under the snow as a standard out of the kid you had a council budget. Nobody sucked it. I wanted that all that millions for the housing on it and home so I eat on the hand that all need the so about the case in there the same token for the checks and call never taught us either what they need even I had three legislation resolutions and linky never based on because those are people's money the census the only able that and there's not that those are their money not the government's money. It is not all has to preaching even now. I shall not say that council get all I shall not come at his and that just I need a crowd that you love Babylon spring it so that these are the people's money. So when we're going with the government, they put us as a contract government. 638 they said we're not contract government. That's preaching what they need last week at the Congress. The preaching we're treaty tribe. We're not contract tribe. You have trust responsibility because we're the treaty tribe, not other reorganized Indian tribes. A treaties, a contract tribes. They can make contracts with them, but don't come make contracts with us. We're treaty. We have trust responsibility. You're supposed to take care of us. But I shouldn't test case. What I will have to next question. Not okay. Now let's start all the it's really that didn't. Oh, not that is. So those are my stand for the Navajo Nation I hope you heard me with those that don't speak much Navajo. I hope somebody can interpret it for you. The reason sometimes we were talking one time, me and Eugenia, and I think who was us, the only time you get quoted in the Navajo time is when you're talking English. So talk Navajo, you won't get quoted in the Navajo time. I guess Navajo times don't have their people, the reporter don't speak Navajo. So it is although share the con you see what I shop on okay so like not I don't know so it only you really need this to understand, because I don't want the Chi to be one day to be like Chinle where crime is more people and crime and bootlegging and drug dealing, etc. It's hard to have and we're trying to talk to the people in Chinle, trying to the people of social service and the police department. I don't out say, I change. So so not adding which the one more thing I want to add on the drainage system is very important. In the out in the valley, most of the business or high school that it's done. They're underwater. So drainage is very important. That's number one if you're going to plan for anything kind of a development, housing, the economic, etc. Drainage is hard or illegal. The house is done illegal. Housing don't hold because we got a business down in Chianti that has to have sandbags almost every time when the monsoon comes around. Other than that, all your down now. So we have an area where there's a flood area. Then the whole one, it's not it's on that was 8 inches on. So that's one thing that needs to be understood. And then the sewer that you had with 8 hours, I don't trash it that make sure don't let dogs develop and start killing people's sheep or livestock. Because that on had up a large 8 large of auto. What I hasn't yet. John go hot after all our new owners going to let all the things on John out of the now so the case about out on most of the chapters started that way. Or you could start that like Otto was saying penny on. We started from the top, not from the bottom. So what I got so the idea I went to state of the door, I encourage you in cases. I had a real good buddy. I was had the last tunnel. So you can not need Asha. This is our Christmas, not that not on that. The second that read on of Sunday. Randy Nazal, indeed. I don't not that. You always get a Hassan. I miss him sometimes. It is your own son. Thank you.
Thank you, to the Honorable Eugene. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and allow Chief Noon to respond to the report that has been provided to us. And then after that, Mr. Kiscoli. Chief Noon, I think the mic is, oh, yep, there you go.
And I'm seeing black spots. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you again, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Delegate Begay, all the members of the Law and Order Committee online, and everybody listening. So, public safety, I understand it's been a problem. I know that things have happened in the past that really didn't benefit anybody. But what I'm here to tell you today is, that we are active with our area commanders in trying to figure out a way to bring the public safety to the area that's, needed by the community. So, as we mentioned earlier, the shortage of staff, I say it whenever I'm talking over and over again, but I try to, say it in a way that it's not an excuse. It's just a reality of where we're at right now. We're investing a lot of time and effort in our academy, but as you heard, of getting people actually to an academy has been difficult for us. And keeping them in there has also been a challenge. We lost another one. So we're down to 12 from 32. So what we're having to do with the amount of police officers that we have available to us is try to figure out a way to strategically place officers in different areas. And what I found when I first came up here is the area itself. It's almost, when I got to the Page Police Department 2 weeks ago and I got out of my car and I looked across the valley, you can see Leche. It's right here on top of the hill. So to me, it's almost like a suburb of Page. Okay. There's an imaginary line. They showed me where the line was. Yeah. Yeah. So, but then, after speaking with Chief Lang, what I also understand is the difficulties that they have. And he explained to me that they're short-staffed. They normally have 24 officer positions. They're down to 18. So they're running 2 to 3 a shift, which is basically what our districts are running also. When we talked about the mutual aid agreement, he brought up some issues with the language. I was hoping that maybe, I don't know if it would work, if we could just have the city rescind their letter and actually just move forward with the MOU as it is and just actually follow it. Because I think what happened, and I don't know, so the captain will have to correct me if I'm wrong, but the fact that when Chief Balcombe was here, I understand he was a very good partner with this community, and people, Page just came out when there was a call. So what I will say on our side is I think maybe we just got used to that. So we don't need to go up there because Page has got it, not really realizing how it was impacting them to get them to a point where they finally said, we can't do this anymore. So now we're trying to figure out how to, like I said, address this. So what we've come up with is the captain has designated officers a shift to be up here. And just understand, we say this when people say we need to have police in our communities. Our officers work 40 hours a week. And when they're on their off time, if they're available, they'll respond. But if not, I think that's where housing, when you look at housing, part of the issues we had was officers who live in NHA housing. People were knocking up on their doors on their days off in the middle of the night. And so it was causing them some problems. And actually some of them were targeted, with drive-by shootings and other acts of intimidation. So, so officers are not wanting to do that. So as we move people into this area to help police the area, what we've also done between Captain Williams and Captain Page and Chianti was, we all had a meeting and they had a meeting off to the side to actually figure out how this was going to work. So what Captain Page is doing is he's pushing some of his officers west to help Kaibito and Low Mount or Navajo Mountain, so that we're going to have at least better coverage. And this is another thing. So I'm just a little over 3 years with Navajo PD. And even today, when I drive up here, I can't believe just the area, how vast the area is. And it's incredible to think that we're doing this with the people that we have, and I don't know how our officers find houses. I really don't. And, when I first got here, of course, I come from a municipal agency where when you make a traffic stop, you've got 4 or 5 officers backing you up. So when I come here, we start pushing this whole idea of, I know the term is probably not correct, politically correct, but We don't one-man, two-man calls. And that's for the safety of these officers, because they all know, they all took the oath, they all understand that one of these days, they could face a situation that's going to drastically change their lives and the lives of their families. So we were pushing for that philosophy. We can't one-man, two-man calls. But the reality is we can't avoid that. So it's difficult when I go home. And if my phone rings, especially after when it's late, and that sinking feeling I get in my gut, just hoping it's not one of those calls. We've been fortunate for the years that I've been here, and not having to experience any of that, but it's real. So just understand when we say that, we're trying to address the problems, we are, and I haven't been here, to this first time I've met you. And I'd like to be more involved as this plan develops, because as Madam Chair pointed out, it's very complicated. And we want to be able to do our part and ensure public safety exists here, is sufficient for the community. So one of the things that we're going to push out also is a more directed recruitment effort for the Northwest. We're going to call it the Northwest substation of Navajo PD. So we're going to do aggressive recruiting in Page, try to pull people from Page since they live there to come police this area. And, we did have the discussion of dropping the minimum. No, it's my Siri. She's listening, yeah. I better watch what I say. Now I lost my train of thought. Oh, the 18 years old. We talked about that as well. And it's been interesting. I put it out to my staff, and then we're kind of divided down the middle on whether or not it's a good idea. The way that I look at it is with this current academy, we had 280 applicants. That does include some that were, I guess we'll call them carryover, since we talked about budget earlier, from the last classes. And when COVID hit, things kind of slowed down. So we had a total of 280 applications for this academy. And through the background process, we started the academy with 32 recruits. So all of those other 280, the washed out. So the idea of getting them right out of high school is we don't give them an opportunity to screw up their lives or make a foolish mistake. But then you get the argument on the other side with the maturity. And for me, the balance is we can get somebody like that through a background and through an academy, but when they're faced with situations that these guys are faced with, we need to make sure that they're capable, not only physically, but mentally mature to handle those situations and to deal with the public. Because when you go on these calls, it's common practice to get baited into arguments that turns into, having to put your hands on somebody, they fight, and it can get ugly really fast. So we have a staff of 5 or 6 background investigators. I mean, they're doing a really good job at trying to get us, the right person to do this job. But I mean, there's a lot of other things that we're trying to do, and I want to commend you, and I appreciate you, all the work that you've done so far in being proactive. So this is where that focused recruiting is going to come into play. You do have people here that want to become officers. We want them. So be on the lookout for that. We'll send you the information. Maybe you guys can put it out to the community. We'll get a team up here to do a recruit drive. And hopefully we can put something together that works for the community and us. I think that's that's all I have, unless you had specific questions for me. Anybody?
Hi, Joe.
Madam Chair, we cannot hear somebody that's talking. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. I was just saying, I really like what the officer has to say. This is Madam Joanne Yazi Piochi. And I think that it's a good idea to maybe educate the people at the school levels. As a retired teacher, and I taught at middle school, a lot of kids already have a focus as what they want to do. Like some of them say they want to be law enforcement. Some of them you look at, oh, I don't know if that's, you know what I mean, to things like that. But if they're already kind of talking about joining the military, things like that. If they can do that at 18, that's what they want to do, I think they could also be, officers. However, I think what you're saying is the maturity is important too, because I don't know if I would have done that at 18, joined a law enforcement or anything of that nature. But I think also too, picking them at 18 is a good idea, because you're right. A lot of them don't wait. If you wait till 21, who knows? They've screwed up their lives by, not really, but they've gotten themselves in trouble that is going to prevent them from being an officer. So I think you have some good points, and that's good to hear. And just wanted to say, the military, a lot of them join the military, and maybe getting them 18 before they do whatever, mistakes that, we all do things that when we're young, we think back later, dang, that was dumb. But that's, oh, good, yeah. Anyway, I just want to say that. Thank you for visiting this.
Well, I always say I wasn't always a cop. So, but what I will tell you speaking on the military side of this thing, I wasn't in the military, but we have staff who've been in the military, and they argue that this is two totally different beasts, because when you go into the military, everything is structured, and I mean, you do what you're told to do, or else, I mean, there's worse things that can happen. So I'm not going to keep talking about that because I don't want to mess up. I don't really know, but that's some of the argument that I'm hearing coming back as well.
Maybe we could create like a junior officer where from 18 to 21, they could, how I always think back to Chips. Remember the show? You always had the officer and then his partner. Maybe something like that where they could also be like learn on the job at the same time. They're going to be driving with more experienced officers, but they would still be considered an officer. They would just be a junior officer serving kind of as like a backup. Maybe that's something that I know that we did talk about that as the more experienced officers talking about the maturity level, and I said the same thing. Well, we have military men and women who are 18 who sign up, and you have recruiters who are actually in the schools recruiting while they're under 18, asking them to join. Maybe that if we created like a junior officer program, we could do something like that and help so that they don't get in trouble, that they're still officers, but they're more of the backup officers. And they're there, driving around with our officers and then assisting the officers, who are on patrol. So just a thought, and we're still developing, this. We had a sit down meeting as a meet and greet, and then all of these different ideas started coming out. And our job at Law and Order Committee is really, to develop a plan and then work together to get that going. And so Chief Noon, has been great in like reaching out to say, what about this idea? And then we have that discussion. But I think honestly, there's no clear cut, 100% like great plan. I think it's going to be a learn as you go type of thing.
Right, and that concept is interesting because one of the captain out of Chianti, who was opposed to the dropping the age to 18, but brought that up. He said, "Well, what can we put them in a position where they're with an officer?" So now you have basically a two-man unit,
yeah,
responding to calls. So I mean, there's a lot of ideas that we're working through. We're actually meeting tomorrow as our command group. We meet every Tuesday morning. Tomorrow's going to be in person. The rest of the time, a month, it's on Zoom. But I mean, this is what we're going to talk about tomorrow as far as what it's going to look like. So.
An idea, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed your name.
Yeah, Nanate, and my question or comment is, these public school systems on and off the reservation like Page, Holbrook, Winslow, Tuba City, Winter Rock, Chinley, they have a industrial type program that's called here in this area is called Caveat. Tuba City, Winter Rock, Ganado, and them guys, it's native. The groups is native, and they're a separate school district within the public school system, and they're funded directly from the state of Arizona. This is where the welders, the welding classes, the nursing, the auto mechanics, the computer techs, these are where they're all taught to the high school students. And maybe if, maybe there's a way that they can put public safety in there for these kids, high school kids, to learn about what the requirement is to be an EMT, what is it to be an officer, and they can take classes. I think that's something that needs to be looked at, because I know for the community of the Chi and the outlying areas here, Page has, I think it still does, it has one of the top welding classes in the region. And a lot of high school kids take that class, and from there they go into the construction, and they make pretty good money. So maybe if there's a way, there's something that can be done with that. I think that's something that can be looked at, because I know SRP down in the valley and APS, they have high school kids that come on through that program, and they work at the plants, at the generating station, and as entry level, wanting to be either mechanics, technicians, or whatever. They had to go through a procedure to where it's not a safety issue for high school kids to come on like 2 or 3 hours a day. So I just want to mention that, and I think it's something that can be looked at and see what can be done. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we have also had discussions about an Explorer program, and I think maybe, I don't remember if it was Tuba City who was kind of talking about that. And, we have SRO programs where if we have enough resources, we run SRO programs. So, and in Shiprock, we had an SRO program that we had to stop because they were short of officers. But they've got 6 looking to graduate from the academy. So once that happens, they're going to look at starting that back up again. But yeah, that's a good point. And we have had discussions about Explorer. So the problem also is when we try to do something like this, we rob Peter to pay Paul. Just like setting this shift up here in Tuba City, it leaves these gentlemen in the back shorthanded in Tuba City for the rest of the district. And so they have a tough job as it is, because I know I'm not the only one who worries about that when I go to bed, like if my officer is going to be safe. So when they're dedicating people up here, there's the rest of the district that's shorthanded. And, we got money to restart our drug and gang unit. So we did that with a sergeant and we had 4 positions, we have 3 filled now. But in order to fill those positions, we've had to pull people from districts. So we're just not really in an ideal situation to start something like that work. Then that's why we were pushing for big academy classes. And then if this works out with the 18-year-old deal, I mean, that'll impact it enough that we can actually, look at bringing some of those programs back. Because with this leadership team that we put together, this is what we talk about. How can we better provide services, not only to here in the Chi or Kaibito, but everywhere else on the nation? And it's not easy. It's not as easy as I thought. I took everything that I came from for granted, where if I had a question about an investigation, I just walked across the street to the building, talk to the detectives. Or if I had an issue with a gang problem, I'd go downstairs and talk to the sergeant or an officer. And here, like today, I got to plan a 3-hour drive to get here just to be able to be here. And that's part of the challenges, of just public safety on Navajo.
Well, thank you, Chief Noon, for addressing the community. I know you're super busy and we appreciate you being here. I don't think there's any other questions, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. And a lot of what Chief Noon has spoke about ties to funding, and now goes back to how it's a nice dialogue and nice discussion, but how we're going to pay for it? That's the main thing. And as Chief alluded to, detailing 7 officers up to this area, and you have they're short 7 officers down on the southern portion in the service unit area, or the Tuba City Service Police Department service boundary. It all speaks to how do we pay for this, and to increase everybody's mind is how do we increase it? Well, let's just do this, let's just do that. There's other dialogues of how, at one point, I brought this up on the 23rd Council, was to dip into the Veterans Trust Fund set aside, minimum set aside. Let's take that 4% and allow that 4% be dedicated for public safety and the services that lays around public safety, whether it's EMS, whether it's social services, things like that. Because out of if you spend $1 on the Navajo Nation, no. Say you spend money on the nation, and the sales tax is taken out. 6% is taken out and sent to the businesses. Send it to the tax commission. Whatever's sent over there from that store, 18% is taken out of there. The rest, 72%, is sent to the general funds. Will be sent to this account for next fiscal year's allocation. This 18% sits here. It's divvied up based off of the permanent trust fund. That's how every Navajo, we contribute to the permanent trust fund. Every time you spend money on Navajo, you send money to the permanent trust fund. Every time you spend money on Navajo, you send money to the chapter trust fund, to the Veterans Trust Fund, to the trust funds that we have. That's how we maintain them. The Land Acquisition Trust Fund. Every Navajo that spends money, we put money into these trust fund. And now, peso. We have billions and billions of dollars. And yet, you know, at one point, we wanted to address roads, and a question was posed to the Navajo people, and the Navajo people said, "Oh, leave my money alone." Next week later, my road, fix my road, fix this road now. And that's what I mean, is that, you know, ways to try to find ways to pay for this is something that is really needed. Is it that we get into the 18% set aside and create a separate trust fund for public safety and I guess first responders, so that when it builds up, program will be able to sustain itself. And that's what these counties do. That's why when you go to the county court and you get pulled over for speeding, you have your speeding fine there. Then you have $1 fee for some, you know, just making a copy. You know, what's the other? $62 for wasting a police officer's time. All that stuff is on there. And by the time they get their bill at the state level, they're like, this is too much. You know, that's how they pay for it. And we have to look at ways to, other ways to pay for these services, because the need of public safety is there and first responders is needed. So, case. And one way to tap into it right now to get some money and create trust fund where we take a portion of the 18% set aside and we fund that and let the trust fund increase, and we have monies, additional funds coming through the trust funds, because just with the general funds, the permanent trust fund interest before COVID, we used to bring in about $68 million. That's just the interest. And that's what's funding the nation. And that's why when people say, let's still tap into the permanent trust fund, and they're not, to me, they're not educated on it. You know, I'll tell you the truth. When the markets were going up and down, our investors were actually diving into that money. In that, wash themselves off with money, they jump back in again. Our investors get paid out by quarters. Just for them managing our money, that one investor gets about $300,000-$400,000 payout. And that's not, the Navajo people's not told that. We went to visit our investors. How is the Navajo Nation money is doing? Especially when these conflicts and oil prices were going up and down, you know, stock market take a dive. One point we lost $400 million and we made it back within 5 months. But we lost and we gained about another 200 million. So even now, there's other ways we had to look at to try to fund this. And, you know, maybe that's the question now. Should we tap into the permanent trust fund for the sake of public safety and first responders? But we have to create a plan. Because if you don't have a plan, it's going to crash and burn, just like the transportation bond or transportation request. It was put under a referendum. People voted against it. I should leave my money alone. No. Once it was voted down, next day I got a person tell me, you had a chance to address roads, the permanent trust fund, and then but you voted it down. So those are some of the things, and I think Chief Noon, I think that's some that is permissible. Maybe let's tap into our permanent trust fund. Let's put it on the referendum. Let's see what the Navajo people say. If the Navajo people sends a message and votes it down, that tells you officers and first responders don't care. To me, that was the message on roads. When they voted down that transportation referendum, we're asking for $236 million. And it was voted down, roads. And let's see if the general public will support you. They're trying to find ways to get additional funding. Maybe that's something that Navajo people will say, hey, okay, maybe let's go ahead and pull out $400 million, do immediate withdrawal. But the Navajo people would have to say yes. And that will help with your sign-on bonuses. That will help with your retention. That will even help with retirement. You know, Navajo police officers, I think they should get the same retirement that the state of Arizona has. And the age limit for retirement, things like that. And that's a way to pay for it, so that when that police officer wants to come on to Navajo, become an officer, they have a Cadillac that has a air ride structure, struts on there, and lowrider mode, you know. How do we enhance that? And that's a way that we could do that. But public safety and everybody with the first responder, if we band together, that's a way to pay for this. But we'll see what the Navajo people will say. If they send you a message and vote it down, that just clearly tells you how they feel. Because it happened once with roads. And public safety is something that I always, this one area, maybe you guys, you manage, you know, chief, get together with AMS and fire and find a way to do this. Because you just need a majority vote on the referendum. So that's all I'm going to recommend. People are probably thinking on Facebook or whatever, oh, Mr. So is talking about dipping into the permanent trust fund. That permanent trust fund was created for one purpose. When the cold dollars go away, how are we going to survive? Public safety, roads, but yet we are paying our outside investors a lot of money each quarter, which our Navajo people don't know. Every 3 months, March, pay out. Just something to think about. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, at Law and Order Committee, we have had these discussions about, you know, where can we get funding? We've talked to Chief Noon to see if we can tap into different funding sources. I know that I did send a request into our council, that's our attorneys, to look at the Utah Trust Fund and to possibly use that to help with public safety and justice, but that would only apply for Utah. And I'm sure if that were to pass, you're going to have a lot of Utah officers who are going to be signing up because they would be getting a lot of money. But I think what Delegate Otto So is saying right now is it's really unfortunate, but if you were to really look at the money that the Navajo Nation spends, it would be a shame. And the people would probably be demanding, you know, questions answered. Because I just did a Facebook Live on Friday looking, I don't know, Delegate Begay and Delegate, so if you guys looked at the consulting money that's going out with ARPA, $18 million for one division, one department to do consulting. That's $18 million that is not going to public safety and justice. It's not going to the chapters. It's $18 million for one department to do consulting. And we as delegates, we haven't even asked, where is that money going and what are these consultants doing? And so I think that, that's just with the ARPA money. I have been asking every year, I feel like almost every 6 months, I'm asking speaker, how much money does the Navajo need consulting? Because in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, we don't need a Washington DC office because of how much money we're paying into consulting. These people who are actually on the hill who are doing work. So as a Navajo people, what we need to do is we need to look at everything and say, where is there duplicate services being provided? What we can do is we can get rid of one, put more money into that service. And I say the same thing, chapter, I say the same thing about scholarships. We have a Navajo Nation scholarship, and then we have chapter scholarships. In some cases, you have one student who's going to get both. In some cases, you get one student who's not going to get none. But if you look at how much money we're losing in scholarship, and I say that because we get that report. If you look at how much money we're putting out, and then how many students are graduating, and then how many of them are coming back, it really will, you guys will probably ask those questions too. And yes, I'm going to sound like a bad guy because those are what we have to look at. Are we really giving to those who need it? With public safety and justice, we hear that every time we go to communities. Crime is increasing, services are not being addressed. We have low manpower. I think what we need to do is look at the entire budget and try to figure out where are we duplicating services? Where are we losing money? Because again, with the shortfall, we now have to try to figure out where can we bring in revenue? How do we bring that revenue back to the nation? Because what most people don't know is the money that we get from revenue, like coal, like timber, like gaming, that all comes back to help with services. And so with the general funds, that money is what's distributed to the services of the people. And so as the Delegate Otto said, it's like trying to educate, to tell the people, this is where we're at right now. And a lot of that education is not being put out there, but we need to. Then that comes back to bigger issues of who educates, who's the one that tells the people this. But I can say with public safety and justice, we're looking at the different taxes right now. How can we, use some of that tax? I think the junk food tax right now, we've heard some chapters that are using it for t-shirts. And we're asking why are you using the junk food sales tax for t-shirts? That's not what it was meant for. But these things, we need to look at that money and try to find a way. Maybe we could use that junk food sales tax for public safety and justice, because they could use it. Fire department, that money that they got, they used it. How many fire trucks that they purchased? Like 12 fire trucks. I think it was 12 fire trucks since that food sales tax has come into place.
They only wanted 4 million, but once that 1%
Tax.
kicks in, it generated 8 million.
And they were able to buy equipment. So now we're looking at a law and order committee and we're saying, okay, how do we do? Should we distribute it? Should we say that 1% now is going to go to fire department, police, EMS? Is that how we need to do it? So we are looking at that. We're looking at these different ways that we can try to help with the funding. And then like I said, the Utah Trust Fund is another one. When we're trying to figure out how do we change this so that we can give, the funding that's needed to the people who really are going to use it, and they're going to, use it for good purposes. So with that, I don't think we have any other delegates who wish to speak. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Criscoli. Thank you, Chief Noon. If you need to leave, you can. Lorraine, really quickly, just I'm really confused on the time. My cell phone says it's 3:02. Is it 3:02 in Winter Rock? Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, it is.
Okay. Because when I was driving over, my time kept flipping, and I kept thinking, oh, and then it's my phone and then my watch. So I need to carry probably like a big round clock with me that doesn't change in my car, so I could just see that. Yeah, like Flavor Flav. Mr. Kiscoli, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Members of the Law and Order Committee, present and online, and everyone listening and everyone here in the room. My name is Chris Cascoli. I'm the department manager for EMS under public safety. And I've been in this position a little over a year, delegated about a year, but been within the field of EMS for about 15, 16 years now. And I want to introduce my staff. I know they introduced themselves earlier. Herman Butler, he's a local supervisor for Tuba City. And then Dale Jensen, he's a local supervisor for Inscription House. And joining us today is Julia Johnson. She's our one of our recruiters for Arizona, one of the newly established sections that I created just for these very same reasons that we're here. I think Chief and I share a lot of commonalities in running a department. And, you know, one of the things that EMS is we're 638 funded through the Indian Health Service. And that is majority of our funding comes from. And right now the contract only allows me to fund 184 positions. 153 of those are EMTs, basically the frontline staff. The remaining amount is administration to keep the department running. And what we receive from general funds, only probably if we were to compare it to the number of positions, is about 3 positions. That's the amount that we get from general funds. That's really in reality only to run our staff 1.5 ambulance, but I can't staff half an ambulance because the ambulance requires 2 people. So that requires the person to be driving and the person to attend to the patient in the back. So I think these are a lot of good discussions in trying to help fund the public safety component on the Navajo Nation, because, you know, the amounts I think are far vast in terms of the needs. So, but specifically why we're here today is to discuss the services for Leche. And right now we have our 2 supervisors here that provide services. But Herman is about 52 miles away and Dale is about 41 miles away as far as response. What we've been doing the past couple of weeks is we've been trying to staff. We rover those ambulances out here, but we've been challenged with some of the things that just Chief Noon had mentioned. Was that I have right now 43 vacancies in our department, and a lot of the challenges is because recruitment and retention. And Ms. Johnson here has been really aggressively trying to recruit both EMTs that are certified and then non-certified. So just as Chief Noon mentions, is that we try to recruit people to become EMTs, but we're challenged with them. 1 is background. 2 is we have to send them through a rigorous EMT course. And those are mainly held by colleges, but right now we do have an internal training program. But what we're seeing a lot is the academic failures The curriculum is about a ninth grade level in terms of curriculum for an EMT course. But where we're seeing a lot of our students and our potential recruits is they're reading at third and fourth grade reading levels. And we just can't get them to pass the EMT course. So what ends up happening is they end up being let go, or what Chief New mentioned is the carryover. We let them go, they reapply, and they kind of recycle back into our department again. So sometimes it takes 2 to 3 attempts for them to finally become successful. So those are some of the challenges that we have. And then the retention process. We have a lot of EMS agencies that border the nation, and they see the salaries across the street. They see the $15,000 bonus, sign-on bonus in Albuquerque, and they go that way. And those are some of the challenges that we have, just as the police department has as well. So as you can see that a lot of the commonalities that we share, but the plus side is, at least for the Leche community, the local college here, Coconino Community College, has an EMT program. And they have they host, I think it's about every semester they have an EMT program. So we're definitely encouraging. Julia has actually been, we'll be going with those, meeting with those programs and trying to recruit and try to bring some of those students that are within the EMT program in Coconino Community College and see if they're willing to work in these areas. One of the things that under my leadership is we created a new classification with Department of Personnel Management, which is an EMR. EMR is a first responder. This is an individual who would get trained right before they are ready to become an EMT, and they can enroll in the course as young as the age of 16. So if we get these programs into the schools, we can have a junior or a senior, by the time they graduate, have a certification and then be able to just come right on board with us. So we're trying to make that opportunity available for our high schools. And right now, it's a new classification, so it's still new, but we're going to be working through it. To become an EMT, the age is 18. So it kind of, we would have to really pick them up right after high school. But if we do this first responder course, we can actually get them at 16, have them certified, and then by the time they graduate, if they want to continue with us, they can go ahead and we can, definitely work with them in applying. Back in December of 2021, we had a conference call with the fire department chief, Reed. We presented him an MOU between EMS and their fire department, because Page Fire Department is a dual service, meaning they do EMS and fire. The Navajo Nation, our services are separate. So we're strictly we strictly do EMS under the 638 contract. And then they have the Navajo Nation Fire, which operates separately. So with the city of Page, they have dual services. So the MOU proposal was provided to Chief Reed back in December, and as of today, we haven't heard back, or there hasn't been a response to whether that MOU is acceptable. But it only pertain and only outline just EMS services alone. We kind of cut out fire services, because that's something that we are not able to provide, if because it's a mutual understanding. And then the police, there is some language in there, but it's pretty broad in language that and our officers know that that if a scene becomes unsafe or is unsafe, that we at least have that what we call cleared before we enter in. So that's usually an understanding that our EMTs will make that judgment of whether that scene needs to be cleared or not. We certainly would be supportive of your facility. We have CPR first aid instructors. I think the nearest ones we have are in Chianti, that at least are active. So if that's something that is needed, please do reach out. But at least in terms of having a facility that provide those training opportunities, we're certainly support of that. So for the time being, I guess in the short term, what we're going to try to do is continue to provide our EMS services. But as you know, just like with everyone across the board, you know, our manpower is huge. It's a huge factor to this. So, you know, as things continue to develop, we'll continue to try to provide as much coverage in this area. So we do have, I guess you could say, interim coverage, but in the long run, I think that's something we eventually, historically, IHS, since we're funded under IHS, historically, the way things happen is you build a new facility, EMS gets involved, meaning that they fund positions. Bodaway Gap is a facility that they're actually in the plan, and EMS is in that plan as well, as far as positions and space. So I guess when we get to that point in planning, we'll find out, you know, if Bodaway Gap, that might be another an office that we may staff south of us. But those are just some, you know, planning at this point. So Madam Chair, that's all I wanted, just in response to Lachine, and to give a little bit about our history of EMS and some of the funding challenges that we have. You know, I'm hopeful that, you know, with the you know, anticipated ideas and planning that, you know, EMS will be part of these initiatives, because right now only funding 3 positions is really that's what the nation contributes. A lot of it is, you know, really just all our 638 funding. And we do bill for services, which is TPR, which is a third-party reimbursement. But that return is put in back into our operations. But each citizen or each Navajo who gets services by us is not charged. If you go to the city of Page, if you go to Flagstaff, you will get a bill regardless of if you have insurance or not. The nation doesn't. We don't do that. So if you do have a verifiable insurance, we will attempt to bill once. If the claim is denied, it's written off. We don't bother. So those are some of the challenges with some of our funding. So Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kiscoli. And just an FYI, I'm not pointing at you guys, officers, I'm sorry. On the back, I did kind of do the 3, you know, the diagram. If you look at the building square footage, the document that we passed out, that's really how it's broken up. Is one part of this, the one section is for police department, criminal investigations, and administration. And then the middle section is kind of like your living quarters or like a dormitory style area. That would help with the housing. And then, you know, it's not like a full, you know, you can't have family there, but, you know, for officers that need to spend the night, they can do that. And then there's also the last portion, which is the fire and EMT. So that you know, they build the bay doors as big as they need to be so that you can house your fire equipment in there. Again, it's 14,950 square feet, and the cost of this is 8.7 million. And that, you know, compared to, you know, what we were seeing, like I said, in Shiprock, their facility, I believe it was at 13 million pre-COVID. And even though I explained to them that you have to look at after COVID costs, you know, because we know that it's doubled. The cost of building a facility is doubled, or at least 1/3 of it has gone up. So, but I do want to let you know, and then on the bottom, we have a listing of the facilities that were identified. Just to be clear, Law and Order Committee, we didn't put this list together. We left that to police department, to criminal investigations, to fire department, and then to EMT. Under Division of Public Safety, they're the ones who put it together with, you know, like with basically the understanding that these are the areas based on the data that was collected. These are the areas that need a substation. So that's what this I guess this printout is. So when 25th comes in, and we're going to leave this with them, And if they say, Lachi, you guys were not on the list, you can say, yes, they are, right here. We got it from the 24th Navajo Nation Council, so make sure you keep that. That way you guys can refer back to that, but you guys are on the list as well as Inscription House from this area. Vice Chair Aruso?
Can I get a copy of that? The other is, these lists, we'd rather have the list come from the programs. Because once you give it to the committee, it becomes my area, my chapter, Hatni, my 5 chapters, my 8 chapters. And this is a listing that came from the programs where they see the struggles at the local level. For instance, you have roads. Chapter officials, you guys always hear me talk about this agency council, how the T-tip dollars is. You have one chapter, Chinle agency, getting $73 million out of the 5-year plan. And but if you even it out across the board, each agency would be able to within that 5-year plan would get $42 million. But that's a decision that comes down from the committee that says, and that always changed by election year. I guarantee you this new T-tip that's coming up again is gonna rearrange everything and erase things. Even now, this is a document that came from the program based off of need from the services directly from public safety, the judicial branch, and prosecutor's office. Meaning that, I guess, how can I say, the professional, the experts' views are in here, not political views and on public safety. Even the other thing that really enhanced this thing is that your proposed economic development venture that's going to support this, and they don't allow but I'm moving forward with Mr. Screwley. I hope I didn't butcher your name. So getting down to the 638 contract, and what was very, very, we knew it, but from leadership, from the administration leadership, we're always told, oh, we did the negotiation on the 638 contract. And we finally got a person from a manager from public safety on the record telling us that they weren't part of the 638 contract negotiation. So that really opens the door on who negotiates these numbers, and the numbers that you have, you know, I'm sure it's given to you, and somebody from the nation is at the table. But to what we understand is that even the department manager is not at the table at the negotiation. And the way I see it is that they're not even told, and they're just saying, oh, this is what you got, resign. That's what we got 4 years ago. You can get that same amount without the conversation of cost, inflation, you know, whatever is provided, whatever you buy, you know, the Band-Aids and whatnot. The other is population, the increase of the tribal enrollment. That's not considered. If you look at all the 638 contract in public safety, I guarantee you, you go back 20 years, 5 contracts back, patrol, criminal investigation, and juvenile, and yeah. And then you guys, I guarantee you, those numbers are the same. There's no intense negotiation with the trustee to say, hey, you need to adjust this number. And somebody from the Navajo Nation is making that decision. And surely council is not at the table. When we go to Washington to ask about the 638 contract, or even the formulation, how dollars come down a pipe, they're like, what formulation? What are you talking about? Ako, Diego, and that we have to go back to the table on that too, so that because of the increase of cost, even at fuel, your O&M on the ambulances, I'm sure it's just like the fire truck apparatus. The ambulance has to be maintained by a certain code, certain rules and regulation, so that you guys can provide that service. But if you look at the cost from 4 years ago to now, and if you can, maybe get us a copy of your contract to us, because I really want to know who negotiates on behalf of the Navajo Nation. Because what happens is last minute in the 1 month that November, 1 month at the council, you have to approve this, or else we're not going to get the money. And what do? We just go and drop legislation and we just approve it without knowing who negotiated it. Yeah. So even now, and this is not only public safety. Department of Health and they have monies that come through the pipeline like that, and like we are growing in population. Our numbers should be increasing. And even now, there's one language that's always in the 630 contracts too, is the language of based off of availability of funds. That tells you that if Congress says we're only going to give you $100 this year, that's all you get. So that language, somebody from the nation agrees to that. I really want to know who agrees to that, because that person, I guarantee you, is not an elected official. If it's the Attorney General, she ain't. The Attorney General is not an elected official, nor a division director is not an elected official. And not this is a contract that council approves. Even again, thank you for your presentation and your information to the chief, because it's just much needed, because a lot of the information that you provide gives them that information so they can give that information to the general public that asks. Us delegates, every day we're faced with that. Like one, how come I haven't get my hardship check? And I'm like, and I said, the council, we authorized the payment. We signed it across the street and he signed it, and those employees work for the president. Onna said, I'm becoming to be a broken record. Even not certain roles and responsibilities. If you hold fire to the feet of the people that hold these positions, you will apply a lot of pressure to them. But if it's not, it just comes a those are just analogies that I look at, and Net on ni? She, Opejas. And that's the reason why I say these things. Oh, you don't. But you know, it comes down to that. And council, we have to ask these questions. Why is this taking this long? Why is this like this? Why is this like this? Because someone is asking us those questions. And we're just trying to provide information to our constituents. You know, appreciate the information and appreciate the dialogue that you guys are having with Indian Health Services on you know, spaces and what's needed out there. And I'm glad you're doing that yourself, because I assume that Indian Health Service was not really working with you guys, because I know that in Tuba City they're put into the small place, but you know, it's cramped. They're in a small area, but you know, I wish that we could create something much larger that what is based off of the need of, you know, the people ratio to the square footage, so that they can provide their duties. At times, you know, with Indian Health Service, you're there at their mercy. If they tell you to move, you have to go. But I appreciate the dialogue and you know, yeah, thank you.
And again, with these substations, hopefully that will address some of the issues that you guys are facing. And we are working. I feel like, you know, the Law and Order Committee, you know, we've been focused on this. And I always wonder, if COVID didn't happen, you know, where would we be at? Because I feel like we kind of started that wheel turning, and then COVID hit and it just stopped. And so now we're trying to pick that back up, you know, for the Navajo people, and then on behalf of the Navajo Nation. And then really, you know, the big thing that we've been pushing for 638 contracts is an increase for police officers, and then also prosecutors' office, the courts, you know, increase in funding and in their salary. Because if we look at our COLA, our cost of living, it doesn't compare to what off reservation is making. So I always tell people in my community that, you know, my husband and I, we took like a $60,000 pay cut moving back to Chevron. And, you know, for us, it wasn't about the money. It was to be closer to family. But we have Navajo people who make that decision all the time. It's not about the money. It's about coming back and helping as much as we can. And, you know, when we're talking about COLA, we need to be equivalent to what off reservation is making. I just found out, I spoke to a woman a month ago, a receptionist making $11 an hour. And I just thought, how are you living on $11 an hour? It's $4 a gallon right now for gas. And I said, how far? Almost 5. And I said, how far away do you live? She said, oh, I live like 32 miles from here. And I said, you're coming to work every day for $11 an hour when you live 32? She said, well, this is the only job I could have, or I could get. So, you know, at council, we've tried to increase that, but then it falls back to the general funds. If we increase that, that means less services, or somewhere else it's going to have to take a hit. So just a lot of issues that we face. I know a lot of people, you know, have been, they criticize us a lot. So I did challenge last week. I said, okay, if you want to criticize, I better see your name on the ballot, because it sounds like you got some really good ideas that could change the nation. So make sure your name is on the ballot before, you know, otherwise, if you're going to criticize and provide some ideas and say, this is what council voted on. Did they consider these? Did they talk about these? Not just putting this out there to say we're not doing anything, because as you can see, we have been really trying to address some of these issues. So with that, again, our report has been completed. Lachi, thank you so much.
Madam Chair,
Delegate Eugene So. The floor is yours.
Okay, so yeah. Report ni che I don't session the house is na ito at the house is na halin even na ya passion na even na. As a LOC, what is our director to whom to reach this pitchy chapter with their whatever their dreams are to be seen and put down on the ground. Now, what division with the authority can we direct to assist people here in the chief? Even then, the directors, they're hired for that job and they're getting a lot of money. So I would like to make to the right people to make that motion to assist these the chief people. Asking for, I did ask for a while ago, just like the one I asked for, veteran director. The veterans director and linear contract dates has passed, but we haven't subpoenaed yet. So I'm going to go ahead and talk to Dana in that regards. Same as for the 638 contract. I would like to motion that we need to look into those 638 contracts. I think some of them say 15 years. So we need to make a motion in order to get somewhere with these issues right here that's before us. So the issue is there and we need to come up with our directives. I would like to make a motion to make these directives and get something out on paper and let the people in the chief get what they want, they're requesting for also. The motion issues with all these reports and that are chief. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Eugene, so I didn't really hear that. You want a motion to do what?
To the caution in all that I say what they say. All reports which in those reports there are issues that are report to us. And those are the issues that we need to consider and make directives to whatever division that can help the chief chapter with their endeavor, what issue they need and they cut on what all these are money than they throw up and down the street. No, yes, seems that we know all the things about it, but we are not really directing any division director to assist the chief chapter with whatever they are doing. It's for us to make that the issue become a law. But really, I don't even hear based on them, everything. That's where the division directors are there for. So with that, that's the motion. I would like to make a motion. I have to make a motion. The second one, again, the 638 contract, we need to really look at it. We need a motion to look into those contracts, and it might be needs new revising certain languages in there. All these languages, all they not that we don't see it. Like a need are based on the availability of funds. They all based on these. All that not and also some contracts say tribes on them. Some don't say really Navajos. So some of those are some of the language we need to look at, see if there are some in there. We need to make them know this contract is Navajo Nation. Like I said, she don't know it personally. We're not a contract tribe. We're a treaty tribe. Contract is either. So but we need to look at these things. We can't just go on, talk about it, and then go to the next one and keep on going to the end of our term. Thank you,
Thank you for that. With the suggestion that you made, I think what we need to do is we need to do a written report on the chapters that we've met with and the issues that they have talked about. Do one report and then motion to accept that on behalf of Law and Order Committee. So that is something that we can work on, Shaja. So with that, committee members, we do have a motion and a second established. I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote at this time. Sherelle, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Yes. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Sherelle,
Delegate
Delegate
James
Vince
votes green.
James, text me.
Okay, Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Accused.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I just texted him. He's out there. I've been looking out the window. He's talking to somebody right now. Hold on, Sherelle. Paul Begay is walking out.
Okay.
Gave me the thumbs up, Sherelle. He's standing outside the window. He votes green.
Okay.
I've got room.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting and Honorable Edmund Yazi absent. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle.
Yes, sir.
Report from the Leche
So
chapter.
anyway, you got everything.
And then is accepted. So we do appreciate that. The next report that we have is a report from Lieutenant Felicia Williams and Officer Chastity Billy. I just got a text message from Officer Chastity Billy. They are currently at Twin Arrows doing a presentation. They were just now called. So she did request to be pushed on to the next LOC agenda. I agreed to that. I know that it wasn't an official vote. However, they were both on the call all day and they did tell me that they would be called for a report at 3 o'clock, which they're currently giving. So I am making a executive decision right now. I do apologize. Lorraine, can we go ahead and bump this report to the next LOC agenda? Again, we did get a text message from Officer Chastity Billy. They are currently at Twin Arrows now giving a report. And they were not able to make it to the Law and Order Committee. They left at 2:55 to get to do their report there at Twin Arrows. We moved down to item C, a report from the Department of Justice, the Prosecutor's Office, the Department of Corrections, the criminal investigations in regards to holding time and the time frame on individuals based on their charges. We did briefly cover that as an amendment to Title 17. However, I believe the request at this time is to get a report in writing. Acting prosecutor, from the acting prosecutor, Mr. Vernon Jackson, and then also the detention, Dolores Gray Eyes, and on the whole time right now. And then also if we can get some information on the data involving the calls, arrests made, detention, prosecution, and then also through the judicial process. So Karen, if you're still on the line, we will be sending a directive, or I'm sorry, a letter on this issue requesting this data since it will be needed to justify the public safety facility building. Committee members, are there any objections to removing item C and making that a written report?
Madam Chair, I don't have any objection to that. Thank you. If you need a motion, I'll motion it.
Thank you. I don't think we need a motion since we're just getting this report in writing. It's still on the agenda. We are just going to be requesting it in writing. So with that, we do move down to item 6, old business. There's none. Item 7, new business. We do have a discussion on the Within 30 days, Department of Personnel Management, Office of Management and Budget, and Office of the Controller contract to provide a solution on how 638 funding can be fixed due to employees not getting paid on time. I'm not sure how this is a discussion topic. Lorraine, can you provide us some insight into this? Because we did have this on the last report at the on the LOC agenda last week.
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. This was at the last meeting, and the committee put it on the table saying that we needed a solution from all these programs here: BPM, Office of Management and Budget, Office of the Controller contract, to provide a solution how 638 funding can be fixed due to the employees that were not paid. But eventually they were paid due to the report that was made from the last meeting, Madam Chair.
Okay, so this is not really a discussion topic.
What was that? I'm sorry.
It's not really a discussion topic.
The committee members wanted within 30 days to have these department come up with a solution. To let them know
Okay,
that.
so it's
Yes.
Go ahead and put that on the LOC agenda as a directive, so that we can have that in place. We move down to the next bullet item, policy change of assigning one police officer per chapter to be reported by Division of Public Safety, Navajo Police Department. We did get that information. Chief Noon did talk to us about that, and he said that that's one of the issues that they're facing. However, they would be working, they're working right now to discuss that with his leadership team. So let's go ahead and move that as a directive again, and have those directives ready to be voted on, Lorraine, at the next Law and Order Committee meeting. And then we move on to the next bullet item, legislation number 0027-22. Per Budget and Finance Committee, they requested that Law and Order Committee be notified of all of the alleged non-action of the courts when animal control program reported incidents where citations were dismissed by the courts. This was reported as concerning to staff trying to implement and enforce animal control policies and regulations. And it says, see legislation page 29. Lorraine, you need to be a little bit more specific when you're talking about see legislation. I'm not sure exactly what legislation you're referencing, but this is another directive that needs to be prepared and ready to vote for on the next Law and Order Committee meeting. The next item for discussion is Fire Department for Chianti Township. We have been in discussion on setting up a meeting with sorry, I just got a text message just now. It's that Department of Corrections was actually online and they were trying to unmute, but they were not allowed to unmute and they weren't able to speak during that time. So if we have Department of Corrections on the line, I do apologize. I'm not sure. I think *69 was how you're supposed to unmute yourself. But we'll go ahead and I did request for the report to be in writing, so we'll be in contact with them. But in terms of the Fire Department, Chianti Township, I think what we need to do is we need to work with them to schedule a meeting. And so right now I have been in contact via email with I believe it's the commission. Trying to get the name right now. I believe it's Ronald Singer, I think is the person. We are working to get a leadership meeting set up between Fire Department and also Chianti Township. Vice Chair, you did add this as a discussion topic. Is there anything further that we need to do aside from scheduling a leadership meeting?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes, this discussion pertaining to the Chianti Fire Department is pretty much based off of the funding that is much needed for Chianti Fire Department. Because a lot of the services that's being provided to that Chianti Fire Department provides, they provide general services, fire protection to our Navajo citizens that live outside the township. But yet the Navajo Nation Fire Department or Public Safety does not include them into the general fund or the comprehensive budget for them to pick up some of the costs that is associated with picking up the costs that the Navajo Nation should be providing through these resources. So that's one of the discussion and the I guess the effort that Chianti Township or Chianti Fire Department is doing to try to resolve this matter and the issues that they're having pertaining to that matter. So that was one of the reasons why I wanted to add this on, shed some light to this. But as you indicated, that I think that a direct leadership meeting with the Chianti Township Fire Department is in order, so that we can provide and get direct information from the fire department to their struggles, and a lot of it is gearing to shortfall, and so those are just some of my concerns there for the community of Chianti there, because once they leave the township boundary, they're on the Navajo Nation fire jurisdiction. But Navajo Nation Fire Department is not there. The closest fire department is Tuba City. The other is Chinle. The other is probably Shiprock. So that's all. Thank you. Go on mute.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. So we'll go ahead and we'll be working with Mr. Singer to schedule a leadership meeting and to get that going. So LOC committee members, once we get that date solidified, it will be on the next LOC agenda to be voted on. If there is no further discussions, we're going to move down to item B as in boy, and that's to schedule the special meeting April 1st, 2022. This is for Law and Order Committee because LOC will be in Washington, D.C. on April 4th, which is when our regular Law and Order Committee meeting is scheduled. So if you are good with it, committee members, I need a motion and a second. Motion made by Honorable Otto. So can I get a second?
Another the case.
Second made by Honorable Eugene So. Committee members, I'm going to go ahead and go straight to vote on this since this is a special date that is, I'm sorry, special meeting that is being assigned for April 1st, 2022, and this is in lieu of the April 4th meeting, which was originally supposed to be for the April 18th meeting. So with that, Cheryl, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Honorable Vince James text and said he votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting. Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, a special meeting is assigned. So Lorraine, FYI, Law and Order Committee will be meeting April 1st at 10 o'clock a.m. for a special Law and Order Committee meeting. Our next meeting will be scheduled April 11th at 10 o'clock a.m. and that's a regular Law and Order Committee meeting. And then April 25th is going to be a regular Law and Order Committee meeting as well. Thank you for that, committee members. Next item on the agenda is the Washington, D.C. trip with Law and Order Committee scheduled April 4th through the 8th, 2022. The schedule is now being prepared. I don't know if we're going to be there the whole week, but I set aside that whole week for Law and Order Committee to meet with the representatives and the senators for the state of Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah, as well as Bureau of Indian Affairs, Office of Justice Services, Indian Health Services. We may also be meeting with Veterans Administration. And we have several other meetings that are still in the works at this time. So committee members, for this trip, I'm going to request that we do a motion and a second and that we do an official vote on this. So committee members, I need a motion and a second. Again, committee members, we do need a motion and a second so that this is officially on the speaker's calendar on behalf of Law and Order Committee. Third and final call for a motion and a second for the Law and Order Committee meeting to Washington, D.C., April 4th through April 8th, 2022. I need a motion and a second.
Vice Chair will motion.
Vice Chair motions. Can I get a second? Motion, second made by Honorable Eugene. So Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote on this trip, please?
Okay, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
You didn't ask questions.
Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, there's not a question.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Looney has 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting, Honorable Vince James not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So a vote of 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting. This item has been voted on and agreed upon. So with that, committee members, we are now at item number 8, the close of the meeting. Before I ask for a motion in a second, are there any announcements that need to be made at this time?
Madam Chair, it's not an announcement, but I want to ask a question.
Go ahead, Shaja.
It goes to the 4th to the ACD. Is the meeting that's going to be between Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday? Come back Friday, kick off Monday, come back Friday. Or we had to take off Sunday and come back Saturday.
We're still putting together the agenda right now, Shajat. That's why I just went ahead and just blocked out that whole week because we don't know at this point. The request has been submitted. So far, Representative O'Halloran has come back to say that he is willing to meet with us. Senator Ben Ray Lujan has agreed to meet with us already, but I'm still waiting for responses from the rest of the representatives and senators. Once we agree, then we go ahead and we set the time and the date. So we'll be putting that agenda. Nikita is working on it. So hopefully within the next week, we'll have that schedule or that itinerary out.
The Navajo is it's a street in the London. I can't see clear down last week. I got the cut and Helen Sydney or to auto show up with that auto at the end of the day, the last day, cut 2 or 3 hours in between our two with a heat cut. So I was thinking that I don't want to really have that happening again. Oh, yeah, all wasting a lot of time over there in the shift. They've been noticed. I wish we could make it more. I was at the husband need a year now and Thank you.
We'll start working on that. So with that, committee members, we are now at adjournment. Can I get a motion and a second to adjourn?
Vice Chair, motion.
Motion made by Honorable. Second made by Honorable Eugene So. With that, we're going to go in and go straight to vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote okay.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting, Honorable Vince James not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. With a vote of 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, 1 being the chair, the Law and Order Committee for the 24th Navajo Nation Council is hereby adjourned at 3:59. Thank you, everyone who was listening in. And Lorraine, I will be there in Window Rock tomorrow. So if there's anything that I need to sign, we can go ahead and get that signed tomorrow. Thank you and have a good day, everyone. We are hereby adjourned.
Thank you.